Hello everybody, welcome back to Wampelville. We got ourselves some more of our homemade busts here, so this should be super fun. Really been looking forward to this. Let me get back to my, there we are. We got a whole bunch of different, here he is. So I think these three might be what we try to do. So we got Sauron on his throne, we've got Sauron bust, we've got a bust here of the Mount of Sauron. Thanks, Armored Wolf. Appreciate that. I was like, boy, that was super quick. So 70 months, huh? Wow, that's let me see, we're what, two, no, three away, I guess, from the sixth, holy yeah, sixth anniversary. Holy smoke. Well, there, let's do a hype train. We're supposed to do this instead, but hype train too, right, Landress? That was looking really good there, Landrast. Yeah, that was looking sensational. I'm hoping that you're still kind of happy with how he's turning out too. So we'll kind of be messing around with some of these here now. This one, I don't know if you can kind of see it here. This is the one where it's almost like a bathtub of lava right here. And I just thought that was kind of interesting. We'll do again. We got the Eye of Sauron there. Uh, Again, Mount of Sauron over here. I was thinking of doing these in our non-metallic, and then I've got these other ones here. We might try to do those in true metallics, either in a vid or whatever, or on stream. Either way, who knows? Who knows? Where's our Last night, of course, we're working on a few different things. More of our own custom miniatures right here. Hey there, Recoil. How you doing? So Recoil, yeah, this is what I was doing last night. I mean, you've seen the pictures of these guys, right? Yeah, seen the pictures of those. And Recoil, I was getting some good, surprisingly good renders out of those images that you saw. So I think I've already got maybe 5 of these or something like that. So Recoil, I was thinking, because I think I'm at like 700 something credits meshy wise. I was thinking about doing the high temp 3D recoil because they do the multi views, right? So instead of just this, or I'll see this 3/4 view right here. So instead of being just limited to that, I could do the back, the front, and all that, and we wouldn't have weird stuff going on. Now, the one thing I did learn about high temp is that your credits don't roll over recoil. Yeah. Now, of course, I'm still still out of luck on sky reels. Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I'm just gonna have to put like a stop on the credit card or something on that, because there's no way I can cancel the subscription. So yeah, unfortunately, that's how that's gonna go. Now, what I'm gonna do is just start dry brushing some lighter stuff on here. The usual stuff. Nothing terribly imaginative here. It's just gonna be this, and we're just gonna start doing this right here. So great to see you there, Recoil. Um, I was just wondering again, you know, I wouldn't do like the full-on membership. I would, if they just have a monthly. That's the thing is, I just want to see, do they have a monthly thing? I'll do the monthly thing just to again be able to make all of these files that I need to make. It'll give me a chance to see, is it any better? Is it any worse? Is it the same? I have a feeling you only get 3 free retries. Hey there, Blades. So Blades, I don't know if you noticed in the Facebook reel that I posted. Guess what's in that Facebook reel, Blades? Fromage. Yeah, that big trench crusade kind of like dreadnought type thing. Who's we call fromage? He's in there, and you can actually see it, Blades, when he rotates around. You can. I was like, wait a minute, what? Because I completely forgotten about that, Blades. Blades, why don't you share some stuff in the chat? And of course, Blades, I don't know if it's quite as frosty there as it is here, or are you getting, I saw you had a bunch of snow. So hopefully you've been doing okay with the snow. Actually, Blades, there will be fromage later tonight. So yes, we are making fromage after the stream. That is a definite thing. We are making ourselves some fromage after the stream. Let me do this, and now some of this here, right there. So let's see. So blades, I think. Now again, I don't know for sure, but I believe that say -8 degrees Fahrenheit is somewhere what around -16 to 18 Celsius. It was like that till about I want to say 8 or 9 o'clock this morning. Then it was actually up to about it was about -4. Then by I want to say 2-ish or so is up to 4 degrees or something. Now it's about 8 degrees and snowing, so that's probably about what would you say, recoil? -11 Celsius? Maybe that's only about -8 Celsius. So, and it's not going to be, I don't know if you're going to have the prolonged cold like we are there, Blades. But yeah, it's supposed to be, I would say, probably -5 to -10 degrees Celsius for the foreseeable future. Okay, where's my. There it is. So you can see, I mean, just a quick difference already. Right? These aren't the same butts. These are actually two different ones. You can see this is the blank, and that's actually got your Eye of Sauron motif on there. Blades, yeah, you'll have to just get Cooper his own treadmill. That's the only possible solution is get Cooper his own treadmill. That way he can burn off all that energy without chewing on stuff. Let me do this right here. And of course, Blades, if you want to post anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Now, Landrest, if you wanted to post the Blood Bowl team or anything like that, you know the drill. Go ahead and do that. Let me hit this here. Also here. Yeah, just again, keep working on this, the dry brushy stuff here. Because reasons. Or raisins. Oh, sorry about that, Blade. Oh, there you go. Sorry, Blades. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades posted that I didn't see because it was right in front of my face. That's the worst thing for anything, right, Blades? Is just have it right in front of my face. That is the worst thing that you can possibly do. Now, again, this one I was kind of hoping to do a little bit of source light stuff on. We'll see how that goes. It would have to be really, really subdued, I think. Not like super, super lava bath here. Either that we just don't do that at all and we do that on the other one. Let me keep this going here. So again, there's going to be a bunch more of these coming. And I mean, by a bunch, it could be dozens. The one that I was really surprised at recoil was it was that Court of the Seven-Headed Serpents. The Iron Sultanates, those came out pretty good. But the one that was really surprising was the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpents because there was literally a bunch of serpents. And the serpents kind of had almost like crowns of barbed wire. So those came out way better than I thought they were going to, that's for sure. Now what I might do is actually start hitting the darker glazy stuff on these before, because still not sure if we're going to get to him or not, or if we're going to be saving him for another stream there. Well, safe travels there, Landrast. Yeah, sorry I kind of spaced on, you were going to be at the castle today and not yesterday. Let me do this right here. Now I might go a little more with some of our light stuff here. Let me just grab this. Let me grab this to do just a little bit of our lighter stuff right here. Hey there, Valfira. So Valfira, hopefully the snow is not too out of control there. Hey, Bogus, how you doing? So, well, it's still a happy Saturday here. It is not Sunday just yet. Well, for some folks it is like recoil, and for Blades, it's already Sunday. So, Bogus, I hope that you're doing well. Let me see. Now, what was really a surprise recoil, you know, the designs, like the one of the latest designs that I showed you, those were the ones that basically had a cathedral plinth. I was convinced that that plinth was not going to really work out too well. That plinth, it seems like actually worked out pretty solid. Yeah, recoil. I was really surprised about that. I was all ready for that to look all kinds of weird. Now I haven't done any of the retries. I've only just gone with what it made that first time around. So great to see you there, Valfira. I believe, again, it's probably about, actually, geez, it keeps getting warmer. I think, I don't think it's 10 degrees. Well, it's probably gotten a little bit cooler, but yeah, it was almost 10 degrees today, which was pretty nuts when you consider that's almost a 20-degree warm up from this time yesterday. Bogus, that's fantastic. Bogus, too, if you wanted to, you want to share some stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Yeah, I think I must have forgot to ask you there. Velfira, the irony is, yeah, you're going to get way more snow than we are. I mean, let's put it this way, Velfira. I think what you've already got is going to be more than we'll get for the entire thing. And if you got more coming tomorrow, I mean, yeah, who knows? Maybe it snows 2, 3 extra inches here, but that's nothing. Again, that's like broom snow right there. That's not even. It's like breaking out the shovel for that? No way. Just give me the broom. Give me 5 minutes. We'll be done.
So say we all.
Nice to see you there, AD. And thank you so much, Grey Wolf. So, Grey Wolf, now for you, it's what? Did you say it was about 15 degrees down there or so? So, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. AD, why don't you also post some stuff in the chat there? Actually, speaking of which, AD, how are you guys doing with because now I don't think you were fixing to get. Were you fixing to get some of the ice there, AD, or the snow? So now it's 12 degrees for Grey Wolf. Yeah, Grey Wolf, it's warmed up here a lot. It's got to, again, it's not quite 10 degrees. It's probably going to get a little bit colder again now that it's nighttime. But it's still warmer than the -9 that it was when I was streaming at this time last night. Yeah, it was about -9 or so when I was streaming last night. So here's hoping that everybody stays here. And again, look out for make sure you keep those kitchen cabinet doors underneath the sink. You got to keep those open. Yes, your kitchen's going to get colder, but having those pipes explode on you is going to be a little bit more of a hassle than a cold kitchen. So make sure you keep those open. And again, always check out your gutters there. Be looking at those gutters for ice jams, because that's a thing. I'm telling you. Yeah, AD. I think well, huge surprise. They're backing off. I think of some of the ice apocalypse there. AD. Now, Valfira, yeah, there's barely enough snow to play with the brooms, much less a roof rake. I'm telling you, Valfira, if you want to never see snow again, buy yourself a roof rake. You will never see snow again. Well, not real snow, anyways. Now, we're going to start doing again our darker glazy stuff here on our Mouth of Sauron and our Sauron. Grey Wolf, well, hopefully you get a chance to do some of the games you were talking about. Grey Wolf, if you wanted to post some of your Journeys in Middle Earth stuff there, please go ahead. And again, let's see, yeah, AD, why don't you post again some of your stuff there? Now, were you going to be streaming maybe on Sunday there? Well, now later today because it just turned Sunday here. Hey, there's now Sea Dragon. Did you guys get much snow there? I was thinking you didn't get too much snow. Now up north, it was about I think 5 degrees colder or so for Kathy's family up north. Here we had like -8, -7 ish. They were like -15 or so. Now they might not have had the winds that we did. So there's that. They usually don't have the kind of winds that we do. Okay, that's and again, everybody, please give AD Creations a follow. So yeah, Sea Dragon. There was all the I think what's it called? Siberia. Yeah, that's what they were calling Chicago was Siberia. And of course, we were officially colder than Antarctica. Granted, it's summer in Antarctica, but still, when you are colder than the South Pole, that means that it might be a little frosty. And of course, as I was telling, I think I was telling, oh yeah, I was telling Sarge. I said, Sarge, you can keep the computers and the satellites and all that kind of stuff. Just give me the geese. Don't give me any forecast. Don't give me any, computer models or something like that. Just let me know what the Canada geese are doing. Because that is a 100% predictor of what you're going to be facing. Did I not say Thanksgiving night? I said, uh-oh. Those geese, they were hightailing it out of town. Like they stole something. They were on their way. They were booking it out of here. And that said to me, it's like, oh, maybe we're gonna have a real winter AD. Not this cosplay winter stuff that we've been having. Now, Bogus here's hoping that. Yeah, well, look at this. Look at that, Velfir. Now that's a little bit of pin line wash action, wouldn't you say? Yeah, look at that. Let's hit this here. Now we're kind of doing a bunch of different things. You can see there's more of the Van Dyke Brown, more of the indigo up here. And there's also a little bit of the ombre getting into this too. A little bit of everything. Yeah, looky here. That's going to be super fun. And then we'll do the... Where'd he go? He's over here. We'll do the same with the Mount of Sauron. Yeah, I believe in Carolina, right, winter is... it's about a 36-hour prospect right there. Maybe a hard winter is 72 hours. Let me do this here. I'm going to go with a little bit more of our indigo here. Now let's start blasting it onto here. Yeah, Bogus, Instas, Discord, that sort of thing. If it has to be a Facebook link or something like that. Well, Blades. What's been my joke all like for a while now, is that New Orleans got more snow than us in a 24-hour period than we did all winter. Oh, actually, now this should be. Wait a minute. This video, now that it's actually past midnight, this video should be up here. 1 second. Let me get you the link for it here. This is the. Here we go. Yeah. So 1 second. 1 second. Okay, here we go. So check this out. That should be all of the. Well, it's not necessarily all, but that is like 90 something percent of all of the Trench Crusade figures and such that I've ever painted featured in said video there. Nice to see you there, Nurgle Matthew. I hope that you are doing fantastic. Now, kind of depending on how things play out this coming week, I was kind of hoping that maybe Friday could be a bit of an earlier start, like those ones we were talking about. Again, that was the plan for this week until, well, nature had other plans and other things going on. So yeah, that was supposed to be this week. We'll give it a shot for next week, and I will try to. I think it'll probably be either a bunch of Corsair figs or a bunch of Harad figs or something like that, and we'll try to have it be kind of like one of our Saturday challenges. Well, Bogus, it's going to be more like listening because, yeah, I have no TV, so unfortunately I won't be able to watch them. But I'll probably have, well, maybe Football Nation and Tom Grossi or something like that. And effectively, they basically just live stream the games. You can't see anything because, again, it's just them narrating the game, but it's better than nothing. Thanks, Blades. So you saw Fromage. He's displayed proudly in that video there, Blades. Yep, gotta have Fromage. So yeah, go check that out. That is Oh, and by the way, the song is entirely in Latin. That's not just some kind of gibberish that you're hearing. That's actual Latin. And they're actually because the song is called "Rites of Mud and Martyrdom," and it is all entirely in Latin. That's actually the second Latin song that I've done. Believe it or not, it's not the first one. I did one for my brother that was also, well, mostly in Latin, not entirely. Well, it kind of. I'm not sure what the weather is going to be in Denver there. Um, there's you would think that the Patriot. Okay, I think there's something like 5 point. I think Denver is either a 4.5 or 5 point dog in their own building, which kind of makes, and you are the number one seed. That does kind of make you a live dog. However, uh, Bo knows ankle breaks, right? Right, Gray Wolf? Because I saw him in college when he was with Auburn. He had at least one ankle break. He probably had another ankle break when he was with Washington, or sorry, with Oregon. Now, as far as Seattle Rams, the thing is that Sam Darnold, in critical games, in critical situations, he has a tendency to complete passes to the other team. Now, the Rams, they really should have actually lost that game at Soldier Field. It was pretty bizarre, Grey Wolf, that both games had pretty much a mirror of the same play between between the and actually Grey Wolf. I mean, how did that guy get promoted? How the heck did that happen? Well, there go Matthew. Hopefully, you've had a chance to do some painting over the last few weeks. Now, again, where's my other one here? Here it is. What I wanted. These are actually two different busts. What I want to do is maybe do a video with this one or on the stream where we do the true metallics on him, and then we can compare it to the non-metallic there. Where's our? Oh, here he is. So this right here, this was the video. Speaking of non-metallic, true metallic, this is the one that we split down the middle, and we painted him two different ways. One half was true metallic, the other half was non-metallic. And that was a really nifty. I love that exercise. So I would think, again, Seattle, it's in their building. I just it would have been fun though to see somebody playing at Soldier Field tomorrow because it would have been probably about 3 degrees. It would have been snowing. It would have made the original game with the Rams like seem like they were playing in a sauna by comparison. Because the game last week, it was about 20 something degrees. Maybe is about maybe 28 degrees or something like that, which again, it's not going to be, it might be half that temperature for the next 10 days. So yeah, Velfera, we're kind of doing you can see there's a little more of the umber here, a little bit more of the Van Dyke brown here, a little bit more of the indigo down over here. And again, after that original one, so here, where did that one? Here it is. So this was the original video that I did, oh gosh, last year or the year before. The thing about this one is it's not, A, not perfectly symmetrical, and B, none of this is metal. And ever since I did this one, I said, boy, I'd really like to do a bust that is completely, entirely metal and perfectly symmetrical, which, guess what? This one is. So we split them down the middle, and that's all done in oils. Half of that is in metallics, the other half is in non-metallics. And that exercise just never ever gets old. Absolutely love doing that. So back to our pin line washies here. Now this series is a little bit more of the Mars Black. So a little more neutral, a little bit less, kind of towards the warm, towards the cool. Now this is the Van Dyke Brown. Now, Landrast, you'll have to let me know when you get the Williamsburg. I almost said Williamsburg Puro Orange. No, the Williamsburg No, not Napthol. What is that? The Endancerin Blue. Yeah, let me know when you get that. And it was Series 7, you say, huh? Is that going to be part of the Doomsday palette there, Landrast? Now this is again more of the Mars Black in here. Now shifting it more of the ombre there. Yeah, that's a bad ombre. Now back to the indigo. Boom. This is some complex stuff right here, right, Velfera? This is like seriously mentally taxing, yeah. Did a bunch of dry brush stuff, and then we did this. I mean, how can I ever go on? It's so taxing, such a struggle. Velfera, I think, like we were talking, right? Just the snow is easier. You can move around the snow. Ice, not so much. Now, of course, Velfera, if you also happen to have a small handheld flamethrower, ice would probably be a lot easier to deal with. Now, some municipalities might hold an objection to possession of a small flamethrower, but Again, it would make short work of the ice, wouldn't it, Valfera? And who's to say you don't use it to also maybe flash cook some brats at the same time? It would certainly put a flash in flash cooking, that's for sure. And if you were to get it too close to the propane tank, well, yeah, that should do it too. Okay, we got pretty much everything covered. Yeah. You can see it's already less shiny over here. I do see advertisements, Valfair, on YouTube for like those little, basically miniature blowtorches that are about the size of a small flashlight. I would say, Valfair, something like that could be a Boy Scout's best friend. I mean, what's the challenge on campouts, Valfair? As a one-match fire. If that's what you got, you are going to have a one-match fire. Actually, more like a one-match inferno. But again, if a Boy Scout cannot build a bonfire that could be seen from the next planetary star system, that is, they have clearly failed. Let's do it here. I mean, if the center of your bonfire is not hot enough to melt diamonds, then again, clearly you really weren't putting your effort into it for sure. Let's do this right here. I mean, I didn't exactly have a tape measure with me, but based on the fact that some of the upper reaches of the flames were reaching over some of the trees, we had ourselves quite a bonfire going. Let's do this here. Okay, so I think we're pretty good down here too. And again, you can kind of see how there's a little bit more brown there. It's got a little bit more of a bluish tint up there. You can see changes there. And we're 32 minutes in. Yeah, that's 32 minutes. And again, they basically, I mean, these aren't the same two busts, but that is how they started out 32 minutes ago. Velfir, we just decided to run him out of the forest. Yeah, we decided that he was just kind of in the way, so he had to go. At first, well, we fooled him with a picnic basket there, Valfira. Yeah, we used the picnic basket to kind of draw him out into the open, and then we moved on from there. Now let me see if we can get again some bluish tones in here, because those bears, no matter how disciplined they are, they always fall for the picnic basket, Valfira, every single time. Let me get some of this now. And some parts of the armor here. We're just gonna, it's sort of like a little bit of a dry brush right here. But you can see it's mixing with what is there, right? Okay. Actually, Velfer, I think he was more like Charcoal the Bear by the time we were done with him. Well, let's get some of that over here. There we are. And we're going to be shifting around some parts of this more towards this kind of bluish violet. Some parts more towards a green almost, and other parts, again, I don't think we're going to be doing any corrosion or anything like that. Maybe on the mouth of Sauron in a few spots, but definitely not here on our Sauron. Now this is more of a violet tinge to it. Again, just using these like little miniature filbert brushes. Again, you can see how that's just kind of all mixing together there. Bingo. Some of that in here. Well, so we also have our oxide, chromium oxide green. Look at that. We're even now we got green going on to his armor. It's wild. It's crazy. Who knows what might happen next? Also, by the way, this stuff is barely a middle tone. It looks real light on here. Yeah, this stuff is like a value 4. No, it's more like a value 5 or 6. Yeah, it's more like a 5 or 6. More green here. Where's the mouth of Sauron outside? Again, we might be able to mess around with our Sauron on his throne right there. Again, where we've got a lot of the active uh, glazy stuff sitting there, we'll avoid that. Velfira, I wonder. Oh gosh, believe it or not, Velfira, that might be the same dice. The person that I rated was a new person, and they were showing me these Lord of the Rings dice that they had gotten it, and they might be the same producers or whatever you wanted, the same manufacturers of those dice. But yeah, that might be the same people there that you were showing me. Again, you see how that's all kind of mixing together. Well, there's evidence that it's mixing together. Look at all that dark stuff sitting on the end of that brush. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that the last couple of weeks has been good there for you. Just the whole, in general, 2026 hopefully has been up on the positive side for you. And trying to work in some of this bluish green here. I couldn't really I couldn't quite see the dice on their screen too well, so I can't be sure that just from looking at them that they're the same. Now we could really see some of the brown in there. You can really see it now. Now that we got this again, this even just this hint of this bluish green really changes around what's going on there. And we'll be certainly getting lighter in all of these areas too. And recoil, I was watching a brief little video. I was just trying to exercise a little bit before the stream, and it was a thing about high temp, and that's where I learned some of the positives about it, some of the negatives. He also, I have to say, recoil. I got to give him credit. He was doing more stuff like we would do instead of like, okay, I'm going to do this super simple thing and it's going to be executed perfectly because it's a super simple thing. He pushed it right away. He was not trying to baby it along or anything like that. So I give that one way more credence than any of these other ones that I've seen recoil by a long shot. So it was kind of nice to see something that was a little bit more. Yeah, recoil. Unfortunately, well, you'll be totally surprised that the credits that you get for free is not enough to be able to do anything. I mean, that you're shocked, right? Recoil, you're totally shocked that there's gambling in this institution or this establishment. I think is how the line went. Yeah. So I know you're totally shocked that wow, geez, it doesn't actually show you anything. Oh yeah, it's high Tim 3D there, recoil. Because he mentioned, Maker World, and also obviously, especially the ones that I've been using for the flats and for the bus and everything. And of course, it's that is my favorite part. I mean, I don't even need to see anything else of the movie Recoil. All I need to do is see that line where the busboy walks up to him or whatever and said, "Here's your winning, sir," and he says, "Oh, thank you." I mean, that is one of my favorite things in any movie. Again, the rest of it you can keep the rest of the movie. I just want to see that one part right there. That's it. It's the only part I'm interested in because I absolutely love that scene. Again, we got our little black banner of Sauron here. This one doesn't have any, printing on it, so to speak, the way the other one does. Let me do this right here. Get a little bit of the rusty stuff, but you can see we can't do a whole lot in this part of the armor right there because, well, guess what? What I might do is actually, put some of our not black is black down in a few areas here while we're waiting for some of this to set. We're back to the more, again, this is a bit more of a bluish tone right here. Also here. Yeah, let me do some of this. Still using this brush again, like it's a tiny little filbert brush there. Now it does start to get some of our spikes on his helmet here. A little later. Now let's do some stuff here. Let's get the edge of that. Let me go down here because this is. I think we got this. Bring some of this Naples yellow into here. There we go. Kind of changing the plinth here a little bit more towards the warmer stuff. Well, like everywhere else on the plinth, except for the front face here. Doing this. Push it that way. I think it's like anything else, right, Valfira? There's going to be a whole bunch of different ones. A bunch will collapse, and the kind of the strongest ones will survive. Pretty much works that way with everything. Just like VHS and whatchamacallit there, right? Let me do this. Again, some of the Naples yellow in there too. And see, again, that's a little different coloration than what is going on up here. Now, speaking of up here, gonna try to also bring some of the this Naples yellow, Mars yellow deep up here. Nah, that's a little too much. I'm gonna get some of the paint out of that brush there. So again, that's starting to take on a little bit of a different. We can also zoom in, can we not? Yes, we can. We can zoom in. Let me see, Vilfer, is I think I was actually surprised. I thought there was going to be, one game today, one game tomorrow, and both of the games start earlier than I thought. I believe it's Patriots versus Horsies. I think that's a 2 p.m. start, right, Valfera? It's going to be very interesting again with a quarterback that I believe has not, well, the last so called real football he played was preseason. And the last time I believe he actually played in a game was in 2020 or something. It was no, I don't think it was quite Philip. Oh, actually, that's the other thing too. Geez, Grey Wolf, I meant to ask you, how do you like Philip Rivers as your head coach? Now, that is a slightly different coaching trajectory than you normally see to the NFL. You normally don't go 75-year-old substitute quarterback to high school football coach to NFL coach. That's a bit of an unusual path, right? Right, Velfera? So we'll see how that goes. Actually, I think 30 other NFL teams all fired their head coach just because they just didn't want to be left out. So there's only 32 franchises and somehow like 45 teams have fired. Actually, some teams have fired their head coach 2, 3 times just in the last week. I mean, I know that there has been other times where there's been this kind of turnover in the league. I don't remember when. And that was that Mike McCarthy to the Steelers was interesting because that's kind of like, well, okay, Mike Tomlin is gone. Let's just replace him with an older Mike Tomlin. I mean, there was no way with all of these coaches being fired, right, Velfira, that there was no way Mike McCarthy was not going to re-emerge. Let me get a little bit more of my dark in there. Okay, so you can see this is again starting to play out here. Some of this stuff is starting to get a little bit less shiny, which means we can do a little bit more. And where's our? Here he is. Well, we can definitely do more here because there's even less shiny over there. Yeah, and I think let's see. Green Bay loses their defensive coordinator. What about Mike McDaniels? I think did he actually get hired somewhere? Because it's funny, at first people were thinking, oh yeah, he could be a coordinator for somebody. Now it's like he's going to be a head coach again because 75% of the league doesn't have a head coach anymore. Now here you can see that's a bit more warm, right? That's a little bit of a warmer effect. We're going back and forth here between some of the warmer grays, some of the cooler grays. That is going to be a theme throughout here. On Sauron and on the mouth of Sauron, or Herald of the Black Gate. You could just call him Harry. And again, maybe we get to this one here, or we just might be saving that for next Friday. Now, of course, I believe I'd see. I think we're gonna get back to our Lord of the Rings flats. Maybe either that. I do have two more of these ready to go. So who knows? We either do two more of these, or we do some more of our Lord of the Rings flats. Not sure. I was tempted to do the Aragorn. Well, that's gonna be a video. Never mind. Because I've got the two types of printing for the Aragorn. One that's much more of a bas relief, and the other one that's much flatter. So I think that was going to be another one of the new vids. This, where'd you go? I'll be filming this tomorrow. Again, this is going to be a massive freehand video. This was kind of a preview what you saw on the stream last night. So this freehand is going to be done much larger on this guy, and we're going to see if the marker brushes or whatever can be maybe useful for the freehand part of that, and that will be filled with the acrylic stuff. We're abandoning the oils on that. They just that was an experiment. The experiment, as far as I'm concerned, showed that it was more hassle than it was worth. I do believe that those could be very successful filling that role with the acrylics where we can get those darker colors, which was again the one when I was experimenting with the acrylic version of those. The hard part was getting darker colors, and I think we can solve that pretty easily by just chucking this into that marker, and that's it. Great to see you there, Camda. Hopefully a little bit easier today there, Camda. And of course, Camda, why don't you share some oil painted stuff? So Camden, I was able to get a whole bunch of very nice, what I think are going to be some really nice Trench Crusade busts out of those images I showed you. As I was trying to get ready for this and do some other things, I kind of had it. I did maybe I think four, it's either three or four. I think two were Iron Sultanate. One was the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent, and then one was the Stigmatic Nun. Yeah, and that one, I was convinced that was not going to work out. I think we got something good. That should be one for the some definite blood effects. What is that? What's that stuff? The Dirty Down. Yes, that one for sure. Dirty Down blood effects. Got to use it on that one. I think it's going to be perfect for that. Oh, actually, Armored Wolf, why don't you show the Instagram? Yeah, sorry, Armored Wolf. Show that Instagram link there of the Nurgly dice bag. And again, everybody check out this Insta link that Armored Wolf's going to share. Super fabulous dice bags. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Camda just shared. There we go. So check out that Instagram link that Armored Wolf just shared. And then get yourself on over to Armored Wolf Production. Oh, geez, I never got my thinner over here. Be easier if there's no cap on there. Hey there, very cute. Nice to see you again. Thank you so much for the raid. Vericure is very brave to enter our domain. How you doing there, Sinister Plank? Great to see you. So, again, welcome everybody. Thank you so much for that raid. So, Vericure, if you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Ooh, let me reverse these. So now they match. Seeing the references in the corner, we got Mouth of Sauron and we got Sauron. 54 minutes ago, these had no paint on them. They look essentially like that. So this is what they looked like less than an hour ago. And again, we're doing our regular oil paints on these, and we're working on both of them simultaneously here, having some fun. Last night, we were working actually three figures, but here's two, because I only got two hands. Zinchi modifications aside, these are more of my own miniatures here. This is before and after of the Shadow Lord. So this is one of the 9 ring wraiths. Now, obviously, that's Ringwraith Shadow Lord, but what did he look like before he became Ring Wraith. Yeah, that's what he looked like before. It was super fun. We were painting those last night. So Sinister, yeah, you want to share anything in the chat? Please go ahead and do that. Here's again another one of our fabulous homemade busts. This is obviously a little Trench Crusade going on there. And let me see, where's our? Oh, here we go. Here's our Battlestar Galactica bust. We've got a bunch of these now. So there's Adama and also Six. Here's another one of our fabulous characters. This is the Golden King of Abrakan. So this is part of my Harad army. And you might, there you go. You can kind of see how he's again. He is he is a character in Lord of the Rings, but I kind of really expounded on him a little bit with that figure right there. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Sinister Plank just posted. And here's another one of our. This is a fun tutorial here where we took. These are all oils again. We split this bus right down the middle. Half of it is metallics, the other half is non-metallic. And of course, so we got we have plenty of other homemade Lord of the Rings figs. There's one of our Eowyn's there, and here's a Galadriel bust that we did. This printed out really nicely in FDM. That was the whole experiment here. It was all about the plinth, fully integrated. Made it real easy. I printed like 3 times the size in FDM. That was super fun. Thanks, Bogey. Appreciate that. Again, Sinister Plank, there. Check out that Instagram link that Sinister Plank posted there, and then please give Sinister Plank a follow because that would be super fabulous, super duper fabulous. Now, the one of the things that we tried to emphasize on that Golden King of Abrakan was the reflected colors in the gold. All right, you got all this blue next to gold. Gold's supposed to be shiny, right? How in the world is that not going to reflect even here on the coins? See, you can see the blue reflected on the coins. The blue is reflected all over this throne here because again, it's supposed to be super reflective. So there's an Instagram link from Vericore. So Vericore, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate that. And again, Vericore, if let folks know what you were working on stream as well. And again, appreciate the raid. Appreciate. Oh, and of course, Thursday we are painting our fabulous first couple of our Japanese flats. Now here's we've been painting all different kinds of flats. We've been doing tons of Lord of the Rings flats. Where's my
Hello, little
here he
hobbit.
is.
Spark my ganja.
There's the Shire. Thank you so much for that follow, Sinister Plank. It's like, I see you in there, Baggins. I said, don't put on that ring. I know you got a stash of pipeweed. He's got a huge stash of pipeweed in there. Oh, now that's just rude. Yeah, he thinks that he's totally invisible with that ring. Yeah, why don't you put on some underpants there, Baggins?
Hello, little hobbit. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Fiendish Fairy. Appreciate that. So you shall not pass. He's like, well, you're not really going to pass either because that's a really big gate and there's lots of orcs and trolls. He's like, well, I wasn't really, I was just thinking, hey, you want to fight the Balrog? It's like, no, I got other stuff I'm supposed to do. Why will nobody else fight the Balrog except me? We're going to have 2 rolls on our big Gandalf 6 for Fiendish Fairy and for Sinister Plank. Where's that? There we go. It's been a long time since we had double Gandalfs here. Uh-oh. You'll have to fight amongst yourselves who got the big Gandalf 6. So you have to arm wrestle for it. But somebody got a 6, someone got half of a 6. So you have to arm wrestle to see who got what. Thanks so much, Jackson. Appreciate that. When we had our landscapes of Middle Earth, yeah, we used to have quite the set of puppet shows there. We don't really have too many of our landscapes of Middle Earth left. Well, we do still have we have a couple. I mean, we do still have this one right here, except I don't have my I don't have my Corsair captain for that one, but yeah, we used to have an awful lot of puppet shows there with our literal theater backdrops. That was very fun. So Sinister Plank says that Fiendish should get the big Gandalf 6 right there. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, why don't you also share some of your fabulous oil painted stuff? And Camdo, why don't you put up your link again there so folks know that they can give you a follow and again watch you stream some of the oil paints because we got new eyeballs is in here. And again, these are just regular old oil paints here right out of the tubes. Gamblin, Williamsburg, Windsor, Newton, Richardson, Paul Rubens. Those are kind of your chief brands that we're going to employ here. And of course, again, we've got some more of our. Where are you hiding? Oh, and this is another one of our. This is our very first Battlestar Galactica bust that we did, or sorry, flat. In addition to the busts and well, the ships too. So much different stuff here, Camden. I can't tell what's what. Oh, let me get this. That's what I want. There we go. A little bit more of the umber and that naphtol. So let's get some of that together. It's going to go right over in here. You can see we're kind of employing a bit of a dry brush. However, it's not really a dry brush, right? Because it's all mixing. Look at the end of that brush. See how dark that is already? There we go. More of that here. Let's do some more. Yep. Oh, and that doesn't count all of our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Yes, all 30 something of them right there. Where's is this Theoden here? No, this is King Aragorn. There we go. So Aragorn as king, or Baragorn. Is this? Oh, there's Eomer, right there. And I think, oh yeah, we have our Dark Queen Galadriel. Where's regular Galadriel here? There we go. So there's regular Galadriel and Dark Queen Galadriel. We did tons of these. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have Lurtz, and look at that. There's Radagast with little Sebastian right there. Yep. And you can check those out. We've got tons of those on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Actually, I think sometime might be like in the next week. I might do one of those YouTube vids that features all of the Lord of the Rings gummies together. Yeah, Sinister Plank. I mean, obviously, so many different things. Obviously, your mechanized warfare. Uh, some of those battles appearing to be very much like, say, the Somme or something like that. Let me do this right here. And none of this is our lightest light. We're nowhere near our lightest light here. This is at the most maybe a value 3. Yeah, this right here. If you think this is light, this is nowhere near our lightest light. It's essentially kind of a light middle tone at most. But now that our glazy stuff has had a chance to set a little bit, it's easier to do this sort of dry brushy stuff. Same over here. See that's got a little bit more of the blue. This is a bit more, almost like an earth tone right here. And if this
Hello,
were
little
metallics,
hobbits.
all we would be
Spark my
doing is
gums.
just adding the iridescent pearl white to this. Instead of white, we'd be adding iridescent pearl white, and that would change it all. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. You know what? We should use this right here. Thank you so much, Lady Jackie. Ah, that. Why does this make me hungry? It's like, why does everybody think that they see me and they say like, oh, you look like you should, I should eat you or something. What's going on with it? Well, you are a gummy bear after all. He's like, no, I'm Gandalf the Grey. He's like, no, you're Gandalf the Gummy. Well, that's just rude. We have ourselves in. We've already had one Gandalf 6. Can Lady Jackie get a 6 as well? It's a third of a 6. We've had half of a 6 and a third of a 6 along with a 6. I'm looking forward to seeing some pictures of that doji, and of course, right, nothing like son and dad projects. Doji, well, I mean, think of all the bolt action stuff that I did with the oils. I mean, that's really where I started learning the oils, was on the bolt action stuff. Right? I mean, and it was absolutely perfect for, armies of all kinds. Uh, no, Doji, the only modern. Oh, geez, it's going to be hard to reach here. 1 second. Remember this stream when we did this right here? A little bit of dusty on that, but yeah, that's the only modern camo that we've really done thus far. But this was one of the vehicles that we did. Remember, we did this at Little Wars right here. Also, where's our? Here we go. Yeah, this our T-3485. It's like, what's going on back there? It's like, nothing, boss. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, why do I smell vodka and also burning? It's like, nah, I wouldn't have like an open flame while I'm standing on a frozen fuel tank. He's really going to get us killed. Now, I'm gonna stop this ride if you don't quit screwing around back there. That's That little skit never gets old, does it, Camda? It's been a while since we did that one. Been a little while. Sinister, I do have some airfix, because those tend to be like your 1/72nd scale or whatever. We do have somewheres around here. Oop, I think I might have already passed it up already. Oop, wait a second. Where are you at? Nope, that's not them. That's not them. Almost there. Give me a sec. Where is... there you are. That's not it. Oh, that's right. I think I moved that somewhere. Let me see if it's down here. Where's my Dauntless at? There it is. Yeah. So that was a 1/48 scale Dauntless that we did. And of course, we also have tons of 1/1800 scale ships. So we typically do those on Monday, which we call Armada Mondays. So I think this is on the YouTube channel right here. So this was super fun. This was actually a 3D print right here. Uh, uh, oh, that's right. Remember the ME262 Doji that I want to paint in Red Baron color scheme? Yeah, we got to do that. Red Baron color scheme on a ME262. I know I have a 1/48 scale kit. I guess that's not really a brown water navy type thing there, Sinister Plank. But yeah, we every Monday we're either doing like a Battlestar Galactica ship, or well, in some cases we're painting just actual ships. Let me see. Well, here we go. Here's some of them. There's one, and there's another, and here's a third. There we go. So I think we did these on Armada Mondays. So there's one. This was a really fun. This was a hypothetical 1v1 Constitution versus HMS Victory there. And we did this. We always have our celebration of the Battle of Midway, so we painted Enterprise there with some Dauntless dive bombers. So yeah, Sinister Plank. If you check out that Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, well, there's a whole bunch of. I think we painted 14 different battle stars, and now I'm actually making my own designs, which has been extra fun. Where's there he is? There's Sauron again. Sinister Plank of. It's really wild to see the preservation process on that. It's wild to think of just how well preserved it was. Yeah, it didn't exactly get very far. I believe Sinister Plank, well, I think it was another case of open gun ports and a stiff breeze. It's like, yeah, you heel over like that with all those gun ports open, bad things are going to happen. Thanks, Doji. Appreciate that. Now, Doji, did you get a chance now? I'm pretty sure you didn't get a chance to see it yet. But hopefully you get a chance to see the painting of the photo backdrop. That was, I mean, guys, that was really, really fun. You'll be able to, you could hear how much fun I was having just by the sound of my voice, I think. Right, Camda? So, Boggs, those are all 5x7s. They're, it's Crescent hot press illustration board, and they're all 5x7s because that fits quite conveniently, very, very nicely in the aspect ratio of the screen here. So that's why they're always 5x7. Yeah, Doji, it was really. Uh, now that I know that works, Doji, you're going to be seeing a bunch more of those. Part of it is I need a ton more backdrops. And by a ton, I mean dozens. So you'll probably be seeing, again, more videos with one or two or three backdrops or something being painted. Maybe not all with a whole bunch of detail because, again, it's a backdrop, right? It's not supposed to be the main focus. The miniature is supposed to be the main focus. Once again, you can see we're switching around our colors here. I need a little touch of thinner on that. That might be a little too light. Let me see how this is gonna roll here. That's a little bit on the lighter side. I mean that's okay because we're also gonna be coming back with some of our darker stuff here too. It's not all just the lighter stuff. Right now, emphasizing the mid tones here. So Ngane's, I don't know if you saw the response on the vid there. Um, I was actually thinking myself in Ngane's. I'm like, boy, if you got some really nice images, take them to a place that can print those. Only because, well, my large format printer stopped working many years ago, and maybe you have those printed out. Say 11 by 17 or something like that, maybe even 16 by 20 or something like that. Obviously, it's probably still be way cheaper for someone else to print those out in a large scale than you. So that might be a possibility there. And actually, Nganes, why don't you share your oil painting stuff now that I think about it? Because Nganes also streams the oil painting, and you want to again see as many folks streaming the oils as possible. So again, you can see there's a whole panoply of different colors here. They're all just basically gray. Some are violet, some are more blue, some are more green. Some have a bit more of, say, the brownish. This is going to, again, have more of a violet tone to it. Look at that. I just put some violet right there. and I just put some violet in there too. So yeah, Sinister Plank. It's been oils on the miniatures pretty much since 2016. Yeah, since about 2016. And again, that was when I started doing the bolt action stuff. And of course, the Patreon page. You do the Army Painter pledge level there. Get ready. Better have some snacks ready, because when I say there's about 2,600 hours of tutorial videos to watch, that's a low estimate. We believe that it's actually much higher than that. Now we're going to start doing some stuff on our ring here. We're also going to get some orange into that because reasons, and we want to have a little teensy hint of a glow from said ring. Now, and the other thing, again, that's kind of new about the Patreon page is that yes, this was a tutorial video right here, but the file will also be made available via a Dropbox folder to the patrons. It's the only way you're going to get your hands on those. I'm not doing a My Mini Factory or Thingiverse or something like that. I don't have any time for doing all that stuff. So if you want to get your hands on all of these files that you're seeing, now there's basically only one way to do that, and that's be on the Patreon page. Sinister, it takes all different experiences to create a whole person. So Valfair, I was gonna take the what the heck is it called? The Eldritch Foundry stuff. Yeah, I was gonna do that this week, but obviously this week had some things going on. So we'll try to do that next week. I'm gonna start with the Eldritch Foundry stuff because again, none of the Eldritch Foundry stuff were files saved at 30 meters tall. Well, actually, no. I saw it today. It wasn't 30 meters. It was 10 meters, which is a little over 30 feet, right? So if you're talking about the whatchamacallit, the Cylon bust, the left side is your true metallic. Now, as it dries and as it cures, that will be less and less evident because it was really easy to tell which of this was which when it was still basically curing. Once this was fully cured, it became really, really difficult to see which was which. So yeah, that's why it was about 30 feet tall. I was thinking 30 meters. Now it's 30 feet tall. Again, Velfair, like I was saying in the stream last night, those were some of the very first things I was downloading, and I didn't realize I was downloading them at, well, 30 feet tall. Well, 1 meter is a little bit over a foot, so, or 1 meter is a little bit over a yard, sorry. So that's why those, well, there we go, 3.3 feet. So that's why, Velfair, that the gummies, I'm kind of waiting on those until I can try to get them into something to at least just reduce the size. For some reason, the Windows 3D Builder or whatever, I have not figured out a way to reduce the size there. So if somebody has any instructions on how to do that, I just have not been able to find that. Now you can see how much lighter that's starting to get. You can see that, and this is still not our lightest light here, but you can see it's starting to bear an impact now on the server. We're also going to go back with some of our darker stuff too. So we kind of try to go middle out. So I'm gonna do a little bit of a search on the Googles there to see if I can find just a quick little tutorial. Maybe it's not even possible. Geez, you reminded me, Velfira, we also have, waiting to be painted, it's your favorite guy here, Velfira. Yeah, there he is, the autocorrect monster. We have him all set and ready to paint. I keep forgetting about him, Velfira. But of course, he never forgets about you, right, Velfira? Yep, you and Camden, the autocorrect monster, never forgets about you. So see you later, Doji. See you later. And yeah, Doji, send me pictures of the project there because I think it's going to be super fun and I think it's going to look fantastic. And like I was saying, Doji, to approach that, I figured I would just try and toss in a Space Marine or something like that because it would just be easier for folks to see. Oh, look at that. Look at that green right there. So that's the initial plan anyway for doing that camo stuff is on a Space Marine. There we are here. And because I have a lot of, I got a lot of them I can just 3D print. Ooh, look at that. That really changed all this. That really changed that. Here, let's get some of our light now up in other parts of his helmet here. Well, helmet slash crown maybe. We'll be doing the same thing on our Mouth of Sauron bust too. Let's get this going. So Sinister Plank, I can't remember the name of. It was really more like a, well, it's really more like a Stug actually, but it was a tank that was, well, it was really more like a self-propelled artillery piece that was designed to basically go hull down without being without actually hiding behind something. It would actually, I think, it would raise the front, lower the rear so that you could elevate that gun enough, but still be like basically hull down at all times. And it was a special little thing that it would do with the suspension. I don't remember the name of that vehicle. Again, using this like a little teensy bit of again, tiny little filbert type brush right here. Yep, Sinister Plane. It was definitely a Swedish vehicle. I just can't remember what it's called. It's not very big. Doesn't exactly have the biggest gun on it, but it's designed to be very sneaky. Super low profile, and by super low profile, I mean it's like practically invisible. Let's get some of this again. That's a bit more of the reddish color right there, not a radish. You can see some of the violet in there too. We get some of these spikes a little lighter here. So 1 hour 23 minutes ago, both Sauron and the Mouth of Sauron were devoid of all things paint. There was no zenithal, there was no acrylic stuff, there was just the same brown primer. That's it. That's all it was. Great to see you there, Surface Tension. Surface Tension also, guess what? Paints with the oils, and Surface Tension is going to share a linky there with all of his fabulous oil painted goodness. So go check that out. So good news there, Surface Tension. I think I sent you a bunch of the Trench Crusade artwork, right? Of course, I'm jinxing it by saying it, right, Velfira? But I had an astonishing success rate with those. Even the ones that I thought there's no way it is going to perceive this in the way I want it to, but it did. So yeah, I actually ordered some more resin. Just well, it's not going to show up till Monday, and it should be much warmer here. It'll be about 10, 11 degrees Fahrenheit or something like that. So everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just posted. So yeah, Velfira, that's why I was going to try out the high temp. Even I was just going to get the 1 month. Now, if they don't have a 1 month membership, all bets are off. Again, sorry about the voice. Even with the humidifiers going, it's still like 29% humidity here. That's with three of them going full blast, and they are warm mist humidifiers. But that's why I was saying earlier in the broadcast there, Valfira, that since there wouldn't be enough credits on just one alone, that's why if I get another one, between the two, it does a double thing. I can experiment, see if there's actually anything better, one than the other, and then I will be able to do what I need to without having to worry about credit depletion. Doing this. Getting a little bit of the lighter stuff here because we kind of catch a little bit of light right down there on that armor plate. So great to see again their surface tension. I was again really happy. I was very happy with those results. So there was one iron sultanate concept. There was one from Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent, and then there was another one from I'm pretty sure it's Trench Pilgrims. I don't think it's Heretic Legion. Pretty sure it was Trench Pilgrims. I don't think it was New Antioch. Pretty sure it was Trench Pilgrims. Could have been New Antioch. I know I have busts for New Antioch as well. Let me get a little bit more of my lighter stuff in here. Oh yeah, the edge of that. Edge of that. And eventually we are gonna kind of get back towards our back towards more of a hey, let me get some of my indigo mixed into that. There we go. So again, you can see it's almost like a faceted, more like a diamond type of thing going on right now with all our different colors worked in. I thought I sent you a message, Surface Tension, with a whole bunch of again the Trench Crusade artworks there. If not, I'll shoot you those after the stream. But I could swear that I did a mass messaging there of many of those as I possibly could to as many people as I possibly could. You know what? I'm gonna go to let's go to the violet here. Yeah, also a little bit of the thinner in there too. You can see I'm kind of bouncing all around the whole thing, right? I'm not just getting hung up in one area. That's the thing with the oils. You can't just keep working on the same place. Just keep hammering away at the same area. You gotta move on to other places. You're working on the entire thing all at once, not just one tiny little surface. So yeah, those are the 10 mil stuff there, Inganes. I did do a preliminary test, like I was saying a couple streams ago, with the Eldritch Foundry. Those figs, since they are more heroic scale, those it seemed like I got some actual decent results at 10 mil. Supporting them, that's another deal. That's why I'm going to try to. I'm going to have another go at making those bases, right? The relief bases, and then just sticking the figures on there and see if it'll actually print easier just being on those bases. I don't know if that theory is going to work, but guess what? We'll try it out just like always. Now that didn't quite work out as planned, so I'm just going to look at that. I'm just going to wipe that away with a blending brush here. I know that people they like to say, "Well, I only have a limited amount of time in this paint session. I want to have something finished. I want to have the face done, or the sword, or the shield, or whatever." And that is understandable. Problem is that's not taking advantage of what the oils do. It's also going to slow you down tremendously. And by slow you down, I mean it's like going to grind you to a halt practically. You really do want to, again, like what we're doing here, we're moving not just around on this bust, we're working on two of them at the same time. Yeah, Sinister Plank, the nice thing is the oils are, they're much cheaper than any other option because you don't need too many of them. You get 15 oil colors, you're pretty well set. You got a whole bunch of options, and you don't really need a whole lot more than that. Now, we have other ones that are more of a specialty nature, like our interference colors, our fluorescents, our more metallic mica flake type colors there. But for the most part, you can get away with a much well. You can do it with acrylics too. You don't need the 400 paints or something like that. Despite what the paint companies would have you believe, you can get by just fine with not a bazillion different jars of paint. Who'd have thunk it, right? Right, recoil. Who'd have thunk it? So stretched pretzel. Well, we got a heat wave going here. It's like I think it might almost be 10 degrees. Well, not right now. It's probably down to about 6 or 7 degrees. I will be checking in a little bit, but it's a positive heat wave here, stretched pretzel. We don't have any. Well, we have a little bit of snow here. Again, it's kind of like a little bit of a dusting, maybe inch and a half tops. That's nothing. Again, the folks down south, right, Valfira, a little bit more. So surface tension, I do believe that cadmium gray shade, well, only available in Welshlandia there. I thought that was a Series 11 surface tension. Now maybe that's black market cadmium grayscale. And again, the only place you should be able to get that is within the borders of Welshlandia. Again, unless it's contraband black market stuff. So let me see. So recoil, if you're hitting 50 Celsius, is that about 110? That could be upwards of maybe 111, 112 or something like that. Now again, the hottest temperature I ever experienced was 137 or 135. At that point, 2 degrees didn't make much difference. We were installing an attic fan in July, and it had been in the high 90s for about a week and a half. And of course, the shingles were black, and that was the reason we were putting in an attic fan. We were only allowed to work up there about 15 minutes. When we emerged from the 137 degrees down to the 85 degrees, our lips turned blue and we were shivering. And the people got very concerned for us because they were sweating up a storm, and here we are turning blue. But 50-degree temperature change and all. So yeah, that felt like the Arctic. Now, of course, if you want to lose some weight real quick, by all means, do heavy work in 137 degrees. You'll be able to snack on all of the milkshakes you want that day, right before you pass out. Here, let's get some more of our light stuff right here. So again, working in all kinds of fun different colors here. So I believe, yeah, the highest temperatures we'll be seeing over the next 8 to 10 days will be probably in that mm, minus 10 Celsius, something like that. That'll be kind of the average temperature. Then the nighttime, probably about minus, again, more like minus 18 Celsius, minus 16, something like that. I mean, no big deal. Is what it is. It's called winter. Well, at least we're actually having winter again, which is nice. I'll take it. Now there's got some violet in it right there. Just did some violet. Now we're gonna go the other way here. Let me we'll use you. We will get some of our indigo, also some of our Van Dyke Brown. We'll mix those together. This is as much about reestablishing some edges as it is doing stuff that is dark. We're also going to say hello to Daddy Kelt. Welcome back, Daddy Kelt. Everybody, please give Daddy Kelt a follow. And of course, if you want it, like always, I mean, we say it every time, right? You want to share some stuffs in the chat, please go ahead. So, Daddy Kelt, we got ourselves a couple of busts we are working on here, Sauron and Mouth of Sauron. And a little fun exercise here, just some very simple non-metallic metals. And again, everybody please give Daddy Kilt a follow. And we're starting to again drop in some of our darks here, and we're going to also create some shapes here. It's not just about, we're not doing dark lining or anything like that. We did this here. Now we're going to take this here. We're going to take this, see this right here, we're going to take this, see how we're going to expand this here. Look at this. I'm going to do it here. So you can see we're not doing lines here, we are doing shapes. So great to see you there, Daddy Count. Here's a couple of our guys from last night. Again, this is our before and after Shadow Lord. Now we're going to be doing a very nice, going to be filming it later today, a 3 to 4 part series on mass amounts of freehand, like that, on a 72 mil version of him.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Green Sparrow. Appreciate that. So how'd you get that? He's like, you know what? There was these two little dudes, and I caught them screwing around by a volcano. They were kind of like arguing with Gollum there. I don't know why those three guys were hanging out. He's like, yeah, that's a nice little trinket you got there. You mind if I see what that looks like? He's like, no, you kind of had it for a couple thousand years, so I'm gonna see what happens with it now. Ooh, this is not gonna end well, is it? Let's see. We did actually have one big Gandalf 6 so far. Let's see what happens for Green Sparrow. Oh, he just does avoid the one. It was kind of bouncing around back and forth. It ended up on a 3 for Green Sparrow. Thank you so much, Green. Appreciate that. Stretch Pretzel, I guess it kind of depends on if you're streaming at the time. You know, if you're not streaming at the time, then you don't have to worry about any kind of Twitch restrictions or anything like that. So you should be good to go. Just don't take off your shoes or anything like that, because I guess apparently Twitch don't like that. Now, same deal we did before, right? We're gonna take our one of these softer brushes to use as kind of a blending brush right here. So I get that little blob of that, which is now, well, looky there. It's like we had ourselves an airbrush or something, ain't it? Look at that. Ain't that something? So just a little bit of fun there, Sinister Plank. I've got, oh, good grief. I have many dozens of different Lord of the Rings themed dice. A huge chunk of them are from, oh gosh, what is it, Armored Wolf? Baron of Dice? Yeah, Baron of Dice. I got a bunch of them from them. Obviously, I got some of the official GW ones too. But yeah, most of the Lord of the Rings dice I've got come from Baron of Dice. Check him out. Obviously, he's got Song of Ice and Fire dice. Obviously, 40K, Warhammer Fantasy, Sigmar, all those different kinds of dice, right? Surface tension. Look at this, a little bit of Romulan ale. There's surface tension. Appreciate that surface tension. Now, going to do the same dealy over here. All right, look at this. We got that set up. We're going to make sure we got no thinner or something in there. So we're going to take this here, doing this little tap, 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 kind of swirling this around. Over here, look at this. Look at that. Instead of a whole bunch of layers, how about hashtag no layers? And we just do that because guess what? That's a whole lot easier, a whole lot faster. And because there's less paint, gee, it's going to dry a whole lot faster, even though it is oil paints. Yes, while this may not be totally dry by tomorrow, I certainly should be able to at least handle it a little bit. Thank you so much, Veracur. And again, Veracur, if you want to share, why don't you share some stuff again? I know you shared your stuff about, 45 minutes ago. Yeah, Veracur, before you head out, please go ahead and share your Insta link again, if you don't mind. And appreciate the raid there, Veracur. So again, some oils will be expensive. Now this one, Series 7, also Williamsburg, that will be expensive. However, the Paul Rubens Alkids, which would be these guys right here, if you wait till they're $63 for 38, which they like what 2-3 times a year, right, Camda? This right here, for the price of one of these, you can get 38 tubes of this, and these are 50 mil tubes right here. So Daddy Kelt, that might be a giant tube of cobalt blue, because this one right here, where'd you go? Is this it? Yeah. So this right here is probably about 50-ish dollars, something like that. And again, Galman, now Williamsburg, it might be more like 65 or so. So yeah, that's again, there are definitely inexpensive options, and while cobalt blue is not really something that we use. Good grief! When's the last time Lantras that we used cobalt blue? I think it was on the Zygomors. So again, we are also using Winsor Newton. I mean, we have all kinds of different Winsor Newtons. We've got your regular types of Winsor Newtons here, which would be, where are we at here? No, that's all gambling. Where's me? There we go. Regular Winsor Newtons, but also, of course, there are the Alkyd Winsor Newtons right here. And these, of course, are also cheaper than the regular Winsor Newtons. These are not student grades, they're Alkyds. There's a difference. There is a difference. And there's also, God, I don't even remember what the heck the water washable ones are. I don't remember what those are called. That's also another Winsor Newton sub brand right there. So yeah, Daddy Kelt, there's plenty of reasonable priced options. And again, Daddy Kelt Cobalt Blue is probably something that would be considered definitely a specialty type color. That would not be a regular type. Prussian Blue is much more economical. It can do a lot of the things that Cobalt Blue does, uh, but not at Cobalt Blue prices. So that is another big option for you there too. So yeah, again, whether it's gambling or whether it's Winsor Newton or something like that, Cobalt Blue should really, and of course, if you're getting them on Dick Blick website, that really shouldn't be more than I want to say 50-ish bucks. So yeah, $200. That actually, I don't even think Yin Min Blue is 200 bucks. Yeah, Ingani is the artisan. So Inganis, I will be doing a tutorial video with those again. Again, just to, oh, are these? No, those aren't the ones. So let's do some of that in here. More of our dark there. So yeah, Daddy Kelt, I think the most expensive cobalt blue option would probably be the Williamsburg. And again, it's a treat. I mean, it's the really nice stuff. But it's not always doesn't mean it's a necessity, an absolute necessity. But that is why we always say that Prussian blue down in this corner over here, cerulean blue and cobalt blue used to habitate down there until the Prussians came along. Again, it's a very industrious color, but it's also a very warlike color, and it wiped out both cobalt blue and cerulean blue. Cerulean blue was one of my favorite watercolors. However, Severus blue is a much better option. It is cheaper. It's more opaque. It doesn't have that graininess that cerulean blue does. Cerulean blue as a watercolor, the graininess is fine. It's actually a desirable thing. Miniature painting and oils, graininess, not so desirable. So therefore, Ixnay on the cerulean blue. Now the Severus blue, that is a what the heck is that? That's a Williamsburg color, which means again it's not going to be cheap, but it is only a Series 3. So I'm pretty sure Williamsburg Cerulean Blue is a Series 4 or 5. Now that you also don't want to be, I don't want to say fooled by something like cobalt blue hue. It is not cobalt blue. It's something that kind of imitates it. It is not the same. Also, too, remember cobalt blue is that's not going to be an opaque color whatsoever. By no means is that going to be an opaque color. Now we're going to start thinking about some lighter stuff here. I might even get a little bit, just a teensy bit of the yellow in there. That would be the Naples yellow. And again, of course, the other thing with oil paints, you're not going to have 400 colors. You're not going to have 100 colors. You may not, you probably won't even have 40. You don't need tons and tons and tons of different oil paints. Now, as you go along, and there might be a project or something like that where a specialty paint just makes things go faster or more effectively. So, in that case, maybe it's worthwhile to say get that tube of paint. Well, Daddy Kilt, that is actual Daddy Kilt. You also have access to the Paul Rubens because if you have access to Amazon, you have access to the Paul Rubens, and that's one of the reasons why we started to use those is because, well, again, pretty much all over the world, you can get your paws on the Paul Rubens, and of course the Winsor Newton. Again, the Alkyd paints are the Griffin line. Now, Gamlin, they got rid of their Alkyd line for whatever reason. Don't know why. They got rid of theirs. So, if you want to get Alkyds, that's where, again, the Paul Rubens and also the Winsor Newtons are going to be kind of crucial. So, you can see what's happening now with these extra lights, but you can still see the blues and the violets and the other colors in there, too. So, again, the Paul Rubens, those are 50 mil tubes. There's two, in effect, there are two sets. There's the fluoro set and then there's the big set. Now, the big set is actually, you can get it in two smaller subsets. You can also get the white and the black in separate, like 3 packs or something, right, Camda? Nope, too big of a clump on the end of that brush. Let's get rid of that. Doing this right here. And let's get some more light. Also, no. Let me get a little bit of that. Again, that is the Naples yellow there, which is an interesting yellow because it also has Terra Rossa in it. Yep, a little bit of iron oxide. We love the oxides, whether they're in our Mars colors. And again, there's plenty of Mars colors. You got Mars black, Mars red, Mars violet, Mars yellow deep, Mars orange, Mars red. Again, now we have essentially kind of a light yellow highlight there right next to blue and violet and green midtones, and that's the whole point of that, is to try and kind of max out a little bit of color contrast there. Now eventually we will break out ye old fast matte white, and then we really lock in some of our lightest lights there. Again, working this into the arm there. We'll get some more stuff down here, a little bit more in the range of midtones there. I'm going to go back. We are going back to here. Some of our violet there. Also, let me bring this in a little. Okay, there we go. Yeah, wasn't quite as light as what I was hoping for right in here. Now, what we're doing before, right, where we took our brush to use as a blending brush, it's going to work on the light side here. Before we did it with the dark, now with the light, we're just going to take this. We're going to do our little tap, tap, tap there. We are going to spread this stuff out. Again, that's there's no layers there. There are no layers there. So yeah, and guys, that is about your Dick Blick type there. And again, now sometimes Dick Blick has like the really, really, really big time sales. What was that? That's where I got the Series 7 uh, Cobalt Teal Bluish at essentially like a Series 3.5 price, or maybe about Series 3.5 price. So it wasn't half off; it was about 40% off. And again, sometimes you just gotta keep the eyes peeled. Just keep a lookout, and then you say, "Aha! I will strike now. It is cheaper now. Just go and get it here." So that is again now obviously Dick Blick not really an option out there. I don't know if Gerstecker or Jerry's Artorama, not Jerry's Artorama. It's what the heck is it called out there? But Gerstecker, at least on the mainland, I know if and Doji's not in the chat anymore. I don't think because Doji usually pops a link in. Oh, Jackson is it? No, it is. Is it Jackson Art? No, that's here in the U.S. Jackson Art. Never mind. What is it? I think maybe it is Jerry's Artorama. I don't know. Could be. Here, let's drop a little bit of our light right over there. And this over here. Yeah, I'm going to just go a little bit more right there. A little more light to distinguish these two faces, and then a little something right here. Just a hint here of reflected light, and you can see it's kind of mixing with what is. I don't even need the blending brush here. Look at that. No blending brush, not even needed there. So okay, surface tension. His Jackson. I never always get those two mixed up. Surface tension. Yeah, for some reason, Jerry's Artorama and Jackson Art. Well, because I've never used either one, so I think I've had some stuff in the cart for Jackson Art, and actually for Jerry's Artorama too. But I've pretty much just gone the route of the Dick Blick stuff there. Part of it is Dick Blick is headquarters in Galesburg, Illinois, so that's pretty much. Well, I don't want to say due west of me, but let's just say it's got way less distance to go. We'll throw that out there. Also throwing again some of our violet right in there. Boy, surface tension. I'm just thinking, all these fun different advertising posters that we could make. What was the thing where was it last stream there? Surface tension. I forget what it was, but there was something mischievous that we were gonna do last stream. Probably the stream before too. Me right along this top edge here. Boom! Look at that. Look at that. Did a bit more of our light there. Some of it there. Get a little bit on that edge there now. Start doing some stuffs on his arm. We haven't really fooled around with that too much. I forget, wasn't it 2 years ago we did a 2D painting of Sauron? Yeah, with this mace and everything, lots of source lighting. I know we also did the Witch King too. No, the violet here. Let's do that down here. We'll start to work in some of our lighter stuff here on his back. I haven't really done as much as what we've done here. And again, you can see how we set this all up, right? You can see it all right here too on our mouth of Sauron bus. How did we set this all up here? Get some of our lighter metals in here. And this is pretty light. It's not our absolute lightest. And at a certain point here, like I said, probably after hour number 3, there will be a couple little let's say burnt umber, maybe a little bit of a terra rossa mixed in with that for just a teensy bit of like background weathering. Not officially like rust or something. Because yeah, that wouldn't really be a thing for Sauron having rusted armor. At least I don't think so. Work this into here, right there. So that has really emerged. Here, look at that. Compared to that. All right, so a lot of mid-tones, some of our darks there. This focused again more on those lighter tones, which are still not, again, not. There's no white on here. It's gonna look real light. There's no white on this bad boy yet. There will be a teensy bit here and there, but we kind of keep that particular arrow in the quiver there for as long as we can. We don't jump into those highlights straight away. That's for sure. And now this again has a little bit more of the blue in it. Might even start thinking about some radiant. Yeah, let's do that. We're thinking about. Oh, geez, never to get my thinner on our radiant. Well, let me do that on this too. So I think this is that color that you sent me there, Cam, to that lighter blue. That's another one of those that you kind of just have to chuck some thinner on there. If it's just sitting there on the palette, it can get a little bit gummy. Speaking of gummy bears, yeah, was that the? It wasn't ice blue. I forget what that was called, Cam, but it's the one that you sent this way. That's sitting out on the palette here, I believe. And yeah, that's another one I gotta remember. Gotta throw a little bit of the thinner on there just to kind of keep it rolling. Do this here. Sure, we'll get that green in there. Also here. It's definitely not the sky blue. It is this one, which is bright blue. So it's it's bright blue. I think this is the one you sent. Well, one of the ones you sent, right, Camden? The sky blue is over here. That, for whatever reason, Camden, that really doesn't get that same effect. It's really no. I want to say no rhyme or reason, but it's random, right, Camden? Yeah, I thought it was bright blue. I forget what the official. I don't know. Official is the word, but the regular set is as far as that super light blue that we just kind of call one of our not radiant colors. Now, in Gunney's, were you gonna be? You weren't gonna be streaming later today, were you? And by later today, I mean in the next, say, 3, 4 hours or so. Oh, by the way, well, we just hit hour number 2. just by the way, and again, that's neither one of these had any paint on them 2 hours, 3 minutes, and 51 seconds ago. Yeah, so light blue gray. That sounds about right there, Camda. And again, Camda hoping that. Oh, and Camda, the tattoo thing was really cool. Yep, tell the partner that that tattoo is really fantastic. Yeah, sorry about that, Camda. I don't think I ever got a chance to say that. It kind of slipped my mind there. So yeah, that was looking super cool. It must have taken a little while to do that. Yeah, that wasn't exactly a full 5 minute exercise. I'm pretty sure. That's fantastic, Camda. Now we're doing the same kind of deal here. We just chuck that stuff on there. Now we're gonna take this. Remember, there's plenty of wet paint just sitting right there. It's like, yeah, why don't we just use the stuff that's sitting right there? Why don't we just mix with that instead of layering on a whole bunch of other stuff? It's not necessary. Don't need to do that. So bogus. That was the logo or whatever you want to call it for the original painting pyramid Kickstarter. That was back in 2013. I had never done a single video. I had the blog going at the time with all kinds of step-by-step tutorials and such, and people kept saying, "Well, we want you to do video tutorials," and I said, "Yeah, I don't have a camera. I don't have any software to do that. I have no way to make the videos." And then they said, "Well, why don't you do a Kickstarter so that we can provide the funding to get the equipment so you can make those videos?" And well, that's when we started making the videos. Bogus was back in 2013. And when you do the Patreon pledge, you're getting what? 50, yeah, the original 53 videos that I did way back in the day. It was long enough ago that I had to put those on DVDs for me. I burned something like 13 or 1400 DVDs. USB drives could not even hold 1 meg, much less a gig. Or no, yeah, I think 500K. That was like the standard thumb drive size right there. It was a while ago. Thanks, Cam. So yeah, that's pretty lickety split there, Camda. Because there was a fair amount of complexity to that design. So yes, the original painting pyramid Kickstarter. This is where it all began, years and years ago. Which is why now, when you do the Army Painter Pledge and you're getting all the videos, now you can see why it starts adding up and becomes virtually 2,700 hours worth of tutorial vids. Because it is everything that I have done over the last 13 years now. Yeah, 13 years. And of course, doesn't hurt that we add about 20 hours of new videos every month. So even if you could somehow instantaneously binge all of the existing videos, you will get pummeled by new ones immediately. Little chain of highlights right here. Blendy brush coming back out again. Recoil. Ooh, actually, recoil. If you don't mind, film me. After the stream and stuff. If you want to shoot me a message about, because I know that there's been things that you've wanted them to get motivated to do. Just maybe is that the way to put it there, recoil? It's kind of been balls in Mateo's court, right? Well, and you know how it goes there, recoil. If you're just sitting there futzing around with the footy, there's 18 guys. No, there's 22. No, 18 guys looking to turn you into a stain on the field, right? Recoil. Sinister. In addition to the Patreon page, there obviously lots of tutorials. If you check out the YouTube channels, there's other tutorials on there, and obviously all of our past sessions, right? So that would be where's that little sticker? There it is. So this one right here. Actually, I think the latest video that just went live on there would be this one. So if you want to watch this one being painted right there, that is on the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. Yeah, that's so yeah. Sorry that I didn't mean to take a gander at that, but something told me recoil that it had something to do with that. How's about we also welcome in Spoon? How you doing there, Spoon Handle? Spoon Handle being very brave to enter our domain. And oh, this is we don't usually get a chance to do this, right, Camden? Look at this. Boom, there he is, man. It's like, so check out this ring. This is really cool. Yeah, I got it as a door prize. Head over to the Shire, and they were having this raffle for some guy named Bilbo Baggins. It was his birthday, and yeah, I don't think this is supposed to go in there. How you doing there, Spoon? Everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. Now, Spoon Handle, if you want to share some linkies in the chat there, please go ahead. Where's our other one? Here you go. So these are a couple more of our homemade busts right here. 2 hours and 10 minutes ago, they looked a little bit more like this here. Yeah, that's what they looked like. They were just some primer right here. That again, there is our two fabulous busts over the course of 2 hours and 10 minutes, right, Michael? Everybody should also give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So Spoon, yeah, why don't you before you head out, Spoon, post a little linky in the chat there, and same thing there, Michael. So Michael, how you doing down there? I think you're getting some of the snow, but it's not really going to stick around very long. I think it's going to be much warmer down there than it is up here. So here's hoping you're doing well with all the snow down there, Michael. So again, everybody, please give Spoon Handle a follow. Now, yesterday or whatever, last night, we paint three figures. Here's a couple of them. These are more of our homemade figs. So Shadow Lord, right? MESBG. But no one's ever, well, this is my own version of them, but no one has ever done a before version because all of the wraiths were sorcerers and kings before they were wraiths. So again, this is a before and after of the Shadow Lord. Yeah, I think it was supposed to be like in the 40s and 50s as the week goes on. That's what Sarge was telling me there, Michael. So glad that it's not. I don't think it's going to be like what happened a couple of years ago. Like nothing close to that. I mean, it'll be. It won't be fun or easy, but it won't be quite as much of a disaster. So Bogus, thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much. And now Monday, I'm guessing actually Monday is probably going to be more Battlestar Galactica because I have a Battlestar Galactica ship prepped. And the with all the goings on here, I have not had a chance to prep the Battle Fleet Gothic ships. So maybe the week after this. So again, everybody please give Spoon Handle a follow. And again, Michael, if you'd like to post some stuffs in the chat, like always, I know you got some fabulous stuff there. Now, Michael, have you been doing some classes over there at the Reaper factory and such? I know that you've been doing some teaching there. Obviously, not just at ReaperCon, but outside of ReaperCon too. Everybody, check out that Instagram link that Spoon Handle just posted, and please, everybody, give Spoon Handle a follow. Now, we also did on our Thursday stream the first of our Japanese theme flats. This one was fun because I got to really show off the Endanthrin Blue. I love that. We were using it on our Golden King of Abracan, but I think even on the flat we got a chance to really show that off. Where's my Golden King Abracan? Here he is. So we use lots of Endanthrin Blue there, and of course, again, this is a really neat exercise for reflecting, right, the blue in all of those golds. Gotta do that. If it's gonna be shiny, you gotta reflect those colors. So yeah, Michael, I think you should be pretty good to go there. At least now, according to the forecast that Sarge was showing me, and of course, Michael, I've been joking the last for a while now. I just want to see what the geese are doing. Forget computer models, forget satellites and radar. Whatever the Canada geese are doing, that is the final arbiter for me as far as weather predictions go. Because the Canada geese, back in what, mid to late November, they with to perfection, they predicted this was going to be a normal winter. Thank goodness for normal winters for a change. Because it has been abnormal winters for too long. We need to get ourselves some actual cold, some actual snow, not this cosplaying winter stuff. So again, everybody check out what Spoon Handle posted there, and everybody please give Spoon Handle a follow. Maybe a touch more of our lighter stuff up here, also on that facet. So again, we're trying to see, we got greens over there, we got blues over, we got violet down over here. Mike, all kidding aside, it was Thanksgiving. We showed up at my brother's house, and I look up in the sky, I'm like, what is that sound? And sure enough, it was hordes of Canada geese. Not just like, 10, 15, 20. No, it was like a couple hundred of them in like three separate flocks. They were booking it. They meant business. They were getting out of town. And it's like, okay, either they're under investigation for some kind of financial shenanigans or something like that, or they're heading south because they believe it's going to be a mite bit frosty this winter. So, yep, that is the last 2-3 years. The Canada geese have been flying north for the winter. Like, it's too hot down there. They've been coming north. I ain't joking. I've looked up in the sky and seen them flying. I'm like, that's not the right direction. Yeah, this winter there's only one direction. They fly south, and that's it. None of this north for the winter stuff. Let me get me a little, just trying to drop in a little of this yellow over here. Not to make it gold, it's to have kind of this maximum color differential: violet, blue, greens, yellow. Now we're doing this here. And I'll be doing a little check on the temperature and the snow out there in a little bit here, but we've kind of lived up to the Chiberia name at last, or Shiberia actually is what they call it. I think we've seriously, like, massively warmed up. It was almost 10 degrees today. More of our lighter stuff over here. Right there, and we get some light in these things. Nice to see you there, Thranuel. So happy Sunday, Thranuel. Wasn't sure, Thranuel, if you had a chance to check out the new vid. It was super, super, super fun to paint that. And now that I've got a filming area that works for that, well, you're going to be seeing more of those. Be ready. This is a link here to the video where I was using that. Here, 1 second. There we go. So check out that video right there. You will see the painted backdrop that was featured in my latest tutorial video on the Patreon page. If you see some of the other videos also on that channel, you'll see the background we used for the Battlestar Galactica stuff. You can see the background I painted for our 1/1800 scale ships. And now that I know that works, I'm pretty much going to start doing all kinds of custom backdrops. We'll have like a Shire backdrop. We'll have a Lothlorien backdrop. So yeah, there is much more to come with the photo backdrops. Let me do this again, taking our blending brush to this. Where's my violet? Where'd me violet? Right there. So Michael, hopefully just in general, 2026 has been working out at least reasonably close to how you were hoping it would. And I think you'll really see. Here, let's bring back our mouth to size. You can kind of see again. We were setting up a lot of the stuff that's going on here. We'll be getting into some of our lighter stuff there. Let me do some stuff right there. Right here, so it's really going to put the landscape in our Landscapes of Middle Earth series, right, Camda? Do this right here. I'm gonna try this stuff here. Let me try this in this one little panel right here. We don't want it to be too light. We're looking for essentially mid-tones here. And then we're going to have to do the same deal here with, let's get back here and start adding some more of our lights to our magical plinth here. I think I must have done, oh gosh, at least 10 different Sauron designs. The Sauron itself was pretty much the same. It was the plinth. I kept, this is a big experiment to see what could I do with the plinths. Yeah, this is just a few of the design because these are just test prints. I did several other plinth designs, and some of them were really nifty. Can't wait to do test prints of those. And of course, I was really pushing the boundaries with our Trench Crusade plinths. So I got 2 or 3 more variations on this. And then let's see, the Iron Sultanate, they had a whole different plinth of their own. Same thing with the Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent. And I will be featuring that on another one of my printing workshop vids on the Patreon page. We're going to dive into essentially plinth creation because there's a whole technique to that.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate that. Um, so yeah, did you ever toss that thing in the fire? He's like, you're not gonna toss this into the fires of Mount Doom, are you? I mean, that's crazy talk. You'd destroy it. He's like, but I bet you it'll look really cool if you do. He's like, no, I don't think I'm doing that because I think I need to destroy you. I was really afraid he was gonna say that. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Appreciate that. 1 second there, Michael. Let me get you there. Um, oh, actually, I think. Wait a minute. I think you're all good there now. Oh, it's the virus thing there, Michael. That's what did it. Yep, that's what did it, Michael. Let me see. So I think we're all caught up there. So yeah, sorry about that, Michael. That's what triggered it there. That's a holdover from a different era. So sorry about that, Michael. Let me get now here we're actually gonna get some of our green in here. Yes, that's literally green, right next to some of this reddish brown color here. Let me see. Michael, gee whiz. I remember that. I think one of the last times you were in here, you were kind of still recovering from that, right? Yeah, you were still recovering from that, and then so it decided to have a couple of more wax etcher there. It sounds like Michael. At least I could be not remembering that right, but I think yeah, I think one of the last times you were in here, you're like, "Oof, man, I'm trying to just feel human again after getting nuked by that." Now back to this kind of more of a yellowish tint here. Yeah, Michael, there's a few folks that I know that it's kind of been well, actually, the next door neighbor, Michael. Yeah, the next door neighbor. Now, of course, I think I was just joking with her yesterday or something like that that her daughter is trying to secretly assassinate her because she'll just like sneak a new virus home from school or something like that, and just like, oh, mom, I need a hug or something like that, and it's really not about getting a hug; it's just about transferring the virus to her. You have to sow suspicion there. That's how you divide and conquer. So if I want to take over their house, I need to kind of turn them against each other from the inside out. There we go. Gets more of our. I mean, it's a plan that Sauron himself could get behind. He's like, oh, I like a plan. I like it when a plan comes together. Plan with the rings haven't really come together. I gotta say, they haven't worked out too well. See, well, Camden, haven't they had pretty much an ongoing assassination plot against you too? I mean, they're angry enough orcs when they're waiting to be fed, right? Right, Camden? Here, let's do a little bit more of a red in there. See that? Whole different little color in there. Now we'll lighten that up some more. I don't want to jinx it for you there, Michael, because well, how many printers have I destroyed or other things where I say, oh yeah, I hope that things go well with the printing. They come into the stream again and they'd say, well, yeah, the printer is, it caught on fire and it burned down half the house. Just because I said, I hope that the printer goes well. So yeah, we're not in the, we're not in the business of jinxing people anymore, right, Camda? Again, you can see it's turning like this, so it would catch a little bit more light down here. Now we go even lighter, and that's going to be this edge right over here. I think here, let me get some of the paint out of here, and we'll use this as a blending brush here. Let me stroll on down. There we go. There we are. And here. So again, that's some of the same lighter stuff that we've got up here, but still trying to maintain all those color variations. Even lighter here. I guess, Michael, should the streaming thing be possible? Is there any particular thing, or you're just like, I'll stream whatever? Just stop giving me all these different diseases so that I can just stream. I wasn't sure there was like a specific project, or again, if there was a specific thing you'd like to show folks on stream. Doing our lighter stuff down in here, right? Again, all these edges here. And the reason I've got multiples of these is because I'd like to do this one maybe with our iridescent pearl white to do a metallics version of this and kind of show. And then here, yeah, I think we'll be saving this one for this coming weekend. Well, next Friday, Saturday streams or whatever. Oh, that's right. I forgot about the super top secret ones there, Michael. But again, I'm glad that things have been reasonably successful down there in Reaperville. If there's any, oh, that's right. If there's any kind of special whatevs that Reapers got going on, if you wanna talk about those in the chat too, that would be fantabulous. I know the Reapers always got something going on. Which blendy brush are we gonna use? Maybe I'll just try this one here. So see, we just took that and we pulled it this way and we pulled it that away. We need to lighten up that edge of that one part of the plinth there. So this one right here, I was not sure how this was going to be, is it going to detract too much from the main figure? Now, and this is set up, if you wanted to, you could do kind of like a little lava thing in here. Obviously, I'll print this one out again, and we can give that a try, and then we can see, okay, side by side, which one do we like better, or like them, maybe we like them both equal. Could go either way. So yeah, I would imagine those might be some of those super secret-y type things right there. That well, you got to get the high sign. All right, it's okay. It's okay if you show these now. But again, congrats, Michael, for again all the nifty stuff that you're doing with Reaper there. Tons of different colors. I know it looks okay. There's grays on here, but there's again we got bluish gray there, more of a green. We got kind of almost like a reddish yellow here. Over here we got violet. Subtle, yes, but there are differences. There's differences in those grays. Nowhere did we just take a white and a black and just mix them together to make a very dead gray. We're not doing that. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for sharing the YouTube links and such. Now, of course, Armored Wolf, why don't you share the Instagram there of all the fabulous dice bags? Armored Wolf. Now, if you want to finally be able to see the magic, the process behind the making of the dice bags, Armored Wolf has been creating a whole series of videos for you so that you can check that out. And I think you'll be pretty amazed by the process, whether it's the tooling, whether it's the painting, dyeing of the letter, or whether it is or whether it's the metalworking process. Any one of those. If you go check that out, I think you will be might bit impressed by that. And of course, you should also be so impressed that you go buy some of those dice bags. There's that too. Be impressed. Also, think about picking yourself up 1 or 2 or 10 of those dice bags. You will be the envy of all the gaming groups. Until, of course, they get their own bag, in which case then you'll have to get another one that tops their new bag. This got a little bit of the blue in it, and it's not straight up white. We'll have to come back with our dark there too, again, just to sharpen up that edge there. But, I mean, that's something we can do. We're still only 2.5 hours in. Again, we're working on 2 of these. Only 2.5 hours in. Again, now you can see we got this little chain of lights there. We're going to get some reflected light down here again. You can see that's mixing straight away. Getting this now right here. A little light over there. Yep. So see now all of a sudden his elbow. That starts to stand out. When we break out the fast mat way, you'll see what really light highlights are going to look like. Yeah, these are sort of light, but not the final highlights by any stretch of the imagination. Come on, couple of lights up in here. There we go. So yeah, that video right there, that was a real interesting challenge because it couldn't just be, okay, a nifty landscape with a bunch of Trench Crusade imagery on it. Since it was a photo backdrop, the challenge was, can we have enough interesting things going on in this, but not too many interesting things, especially not in the foreground. So that was a bit of a compositional challenge there. And I constantly talk about that during the video. Because if there's too much going on in the immediate foreground, then, well, your miniatures are going to have a bit of competition. And of course, the other thing is that, boy, Michael, I wish I had one of these mirrored, much of a turntable things, I don't know, 20 years ago. Oh my gosh, those mirror turntable things, those are the greatest things ever. Of course, I wish I had one of the really big ones, because but unfortunately, those are like $120 to get the really big ones, I think. That would be nifty for terrain. But those mirrored rotating things, they reflect your backdrop down onto the miniature, and then the miniature also has a bit of reflection too. I just got mine on Amazon. You can do the same thing. Get one of those on Amazon. Ooh, back to the oxide green, which of course we're mixing with our violet, which creates a grayish green. Violet and green together make gray, a much more interesting gray than some dead gray that's made out of mixing black and white together. What do we have here? Let me do some of this. Yeah. Let's lighten this up a little more. Maybe the radiant green, I guess. A little bit of the radiant green work its way in there. I'm gonna go back to the yellow. Oh, that's it. Yeah, that's what I've been forgetting. Some of the umber over here. Let's get some of that involved. That's what I'm forgetting about. Let's drop some of that in here. Right in there. It's not supposed to necessarily be straight up, say, weathering, as in like rust or whatever. It is about trying to add a little different color tint in places. You know what? This needs to be lighter. Let me grab this maybe. See what that will do right here. Also some of it there. That might be getting a little too light, so tone it down like that is nice. So again, what I'm gonna do here is this super quick. I'll refresh the medicine for one thing, but just gonna check on the dehumidifiers, make sure that they're at least got enough to last us for the rest of the stream. As again, the humidity drops below 30, all of a sudden it gets real gravelly on the voice box there. So we want to make sure we avoid that situation. Don't go away though, because we're going to be right back. Because not only do we have Sauron to finish, we got Mount of Sauron over here. To actually, we'll probably start hitting him. We're going to give him a little bit of a break there so that those colors can set, and we're going to maybe work on the Mount of Sauron when we come back. Again, don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. So we are back, and like I said, we're going to take a little break from our Sauron, and let's do the same thing like we've been doing with some of these lighter things right here. So it's still about 8 degrees out there, and I mean it's snowing, but it's really, 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 really light snow, so nothing heavy. I would imagine in the warmer places that's where you're gonna get the heavier snow. Usually when it's under 10 degrees, you're not gonna get the heaviest of snowfall there. Let's do some light stuff on his chompers here. Some there. Right there. So nothing with the eyes, right? And I'm also going to take, might even get some of the, maybe some of the Purling Crimson. And we might even mix that with a little bit of our Alkyd Medium to give it a little bit of a glossiness too. Let's do this. A little bit of a warmer, because all this stuff is metal, that's not cloth, right? Some of this is going to be cooler here. Like so. This. And then we've got our blue violet over here. Little touch of that in here. So again, it's the same sort of stuff that we were doing in the Sauron armor. You can see it in some of those plates right there. And let's do this. More of that same blue stuff there. And this is the not cobalt radiant Camda. It's just it's one of those real. Oh, and this is the one that if you mix a little bit of white with Dancer and blue, you almost get something like this right here. It's weird, and I was noticing that when we were doing I think it was the Golden King, where I really noticed that. Now here I want that's more of a greenish color. This has more of the blue in it here. And as light as this looks, this is still pretty dark. That's maybe a value 4 at the most. Lighten you up a little bit here. Let me do, yeah, a little bit more of the blue there so you can see that's starting to, kind of the hammered metal appearance. That starts to emerge. Nope, green on the other. So there it is. There's my oxide of green. That's going to get in here. And all this stuff, even though we haven't touched this, let me see, man, I want to say like at least maybe an hour, 10 minutes or so. I mean, all this stuff, it's very much malleable. We can do plenty of mixing here. It's wild, Camden, with just how opaque the uh, the oxide green is. It's kind of like the pure orange, where it looks lighter than it actually is. just by virtue of opacity. It's a weird. It's kind of hard to quantify it. It's sort of like, I guess, the radiant colors, right? Where it was difficult to say, okay, what is it about those radiant colors? What is it that they do? Nice to see you there, Chiron. Appreciate you being here. So we've got Sauron and Mouth of Sauron. We have an alternate version here. This has more of, again, the symbol there on the plinth, and there's some differences in the face and such. Then the whole point of these was to experiment with different types of plinths. I did about, again, 10 different types of plinths. I think we're going to save Sauron on his throne for our next Friday, Saturday streams. I think we'll save that. So hope that you're doing well there, Kyron. Great to see you. Now here, we don't mind this little bit of texture in here because we're trying to do this sort of hammered steel sort of thing. And on the other one, it's kind of like our Cylon bust here, where we did the true metallic on one side, non-metallic on the other. Here I want to be able to show on two separate busts. So the other one will do the true metallic on that. And then get those babies side by side. More of our yellow in here. Bring it in this way. Blending brush of some kind. Maybe we'll just use this one here. Yeah, there we. And we're gonna need a little bit of the reflection up there too. Actually, we're removing enough paint here. There's almost enough to deposit up there. That's pretty funny. But we'll just take actual paint and deposit it there. Reflected light. Is it super shiny reflected light? No, it's not super shiny, but there's got to be some kind of reflection there. If it was cloth, even cloth has reflected light on it. Skin has reflected light on it. Metal, well, stands the reason it better have some reflections on it too. Oh, we never did get, yeah, let's get some of that lighter stuff on here. Same deal there. Now this is another one of those that I might, like some of our BSG ones, where I might do a cut there and see if printing him, the torso and the plinth separate makes a difference as far as what your printing results are. And these are just the first test prints. That's it. All this stuff, it's all so new. Same thing with all the gummy bears and everything else. Everything is just at this state anyway, is just a test print. Even as light as this is gonna look, that's still maybe only a value 2. It's still not white. Might look that way, but it is most definitely not white. And you can see the edges here, you notice they're not solid, right? They're not a completely solid edge there. Also just here, and let's bring that further down this way. I'm going to get a little bit of the blue back here, and it's not necessarily all just that greenish tone there. Bring up some white there. Now that gets a little too late as far as reflected light. Well, looky there. Blending brush takes care of that. And we're going to do the same deal on some of this here. Taking the blending brush to it. More of our, try to bring up more of that hammered steel look as much as I can. Mars Yellow Deep for the most part here. Now this is a bit of the Terra Rosa in there, so not necessarily looking to do rust, but again a different color, sorry, different from the blue that's over there. Let me refresh that brush. Yeah, now see, I don't want to lighten this up too much. That's actually cloth right there. If we hit that with too light a highlight, now all of a sudden we're kind of giving it the same kind of harder edges as our metals here. Yeah, and down here, continuing with some of these warmer tones. What the heck? I'm gonna get a little bit of the orange. That's not Pyrrole orange, by the way. No, that's bargain orange. That's not primo orange right there. I don't think we have any part of the Doomsday palette as part of this here. Although we might get into the Pearline Crimson, so maybe partial Doomsday palette. Yep, let's lighten this up too. And of course, we'll leave the banner as dark as possible because, well, we wanted sort of a black banner, and then we'll get the Eye of Sauron motif there. Oh, here's that sky blue. We've been doing that more of a reddish blue. This is more of a, again, a sky blue. A little less red in that. Let me lighten you up a little more. Again, this is not straight up white here by any stretch of the imagination. Remember, that's not cloth there. That is also metal. So that is going to need some... I think we're going to go still with more of a bluish tint on that top there. Top of his head. Let's lighten this up a bit more over here. Like so. Blending brush again. Just see, I just took that and dragged that right up the side there. That just makes stuff like that so much easier, so much faster. We're also gonna have to get. I'm gonna try some of my violet here. That's gotta be lighter anyways. Also gonna try and change that color up a little bit here. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting a link to the Patreon page. We just put up again the latest video, and that was all about painting backdrops. It was good grief. All kidding aside, Cam, I'm trying to think the last time I got a chance to paint on actual canvas, like for real. The previous video on doing the photo backdrops, that was kind of like all I was doing was just painting a couple of clouds back there. I have to say it was much more fun painting on the canvas than those canvas boards. Now, if if I'm doing any kind of stuff like say a 1/1800 scale ships, I'll still have to use the canvas boards because well, the canvas is going to sag a little bit, right? If I'm putting ships on there. So I'm pretty sure the I don't even know if it goes up to 16 by 20, but these canvases I think are again like 11 by 17 or they're 11 by 17 or 16 by 12 by 16. That's probably what they are. Again, those were gifted to me. Gosh, was it this summer? Or was it last summer? Basically, was these are going in the garbage. Are you gonna take them? Because if not, they're going in the garbage. And I said, well, I can find some kind of use for them somewhere. And I kind of had the idea maybe of let me get some of this Payne's Gray in here as photo backdrop type things. We did that little experiment and it certainly did show promise. And then I've been experimenting with them in all the videos and stuff. And I said, aha, yeah, okay, we need to do more of these. Again, this is all metal here. We're trying to again have that hammered metal look to it, not a cast metal. Now that's got almost like a little bit of seafoam green on it right there. Yeah, Stretch, the earliest I can remember doing drawings and such, I was 5. This is a painting I did when I was, a couple paintings I did when I was 13. If I can find it here. What did that, it's changed in my listing of paintings here. So 1 second, we'll find that for you. There it is. Yeah, so I did that one when I was 13. And then there's another one. I gotta scroll way up here. 1 second. Give me a little time here. Oh, here we go. Was it this one? Yeah, that's another one I did when I was 13. Ironically enough, that's still one of the larger paintings I ever did. That one's maybe like 20 by 30, something like that. But yeah, that goes back a little ways. And that was why we redid the, well, yeah, we sort of redid that ship painting there. Oh gosh, was that my birthday or something, Camda? Or around was that my birthday stream? No, I think we were painting a spell brush, weren't we? Well, yeah, that goes, that's the Wayback Machine. Actually, I think my first art fair I was also 13. Yeah, the Buckingham Fountain Art Fair downtown. Somewhere there is a picture of me with a whole bunch of paintings. I know my dad and we were working overtime trying to get out the miter box and make the frames for that. Actually, Landras, well, I was thinking, okay, 5 by 7 might be a little too small for that, but Landras, we got those canvases now. Ah, yeah, that's that strategy there. Maybe we do that. Stretch Pretzel, for the longest time, I thought it was adopted because everybody else in the family, they didn't just play musical instruments. Let's see, my brother played somewhere in the neighborhood of 21 instruments, wrote symphonies in 4 languages. The average person in the family played at least 2 instruments. I played none. I understood music. I could actually look at orchestra score. I couldn't read what it was, but I could tell what the notes signified just looking, interpreting them from, say, a 2D art point of view. Um, but none of the rest of them did the 2D art, as in none of them. The one thing we do share is pretty much almost everybody ended up in some form of teaching role. Almost everybody. Now, I did find out later on that my mom also did do some painting. That was kind of before my time because I am the youngest of seven, and youngest of seven by 8 years. So there was a lot of things that occurred while I was not on the scene. Yeah, that was like the first and second ages of Wappleville, right, Cam? I came in the third age of Wappleville. Yeah, there was the breaking of Wappleville, and there was the War of Wrath, and all of those other things happened before my time. And of course, my oldest brother is still dean of students after all these years. He also teaches English literature. Yes, indeed. Oh, look at that candle. A little bit more of the blue in there. Yeah, Camden. I think you've heard the stories I've told that that same brother. Well, gosh, what was I? 6 years old, 5 years old, when he gave me that 800-page book on the origin of ships. The history of ships, and ironically enough, the mechanical drawings that were in there were roughly the size of the 1/1800 scale ships that I paint on stream. And even then, as a kid, I would be making 1/1800 scale ships essentially out of modeling clay because that's all I had. That's the only thing that I had. Okay, there's a lot of paint sitting on that brush, but I think we can manage that. Blending brush to take care of this. So I did go to the American Academy of Art, which is kind of where the Book of Wapple comes from because way back then we created something called Ted's Commandments. That was our oil painting teacher, and we took his most common sayings and we actually made a T-shirt with Ted's Commandments on there. So I guess you could say the Book of Wapple is sort of a derivative of that from all those years ago. Actually, one of my classmates from the academy, he's actually painting, probably like 1/10, no, maybe 1/6 scale. Things like busts and statues and such. And he uses oil paints too, yeah. So all these years later, we're still painting with oil paints, only now we're both doing it on miniatures. Nice to see you there, Arta Michael. I would imagine that you're getting yourself just a wee bit of snow right now, probably some winds as well. If you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead like usual. Oh, let me lighten this up a bit more here. There we go. And well, now we've crossed past the hour 3, so it does mean in a bit we can break out our fast matte white. And now, Mouth of Sauron getting caught up to Sauron right there. The other thing I can remember Camda is being, 9 or 10 years old at the most, maybe as young as 8 or something, probably 9 or 10, and my sister was doing art fairs, so that you could kind of say that all of the convention stuff is, in a way, related to those very first like art fair things that I saw her do. Then I was doing art fairs back when I was again doing the 2D art, wildlife, spacescapes, seascapes, kind of the stuff we do now, right? Right, Camda. Everybody, check out those Blood Bowl miniatures that Art and Michael just posted, and again, everybody enjoy. Now, Art and Michael, I'm guessing. I don't know if you had to cancel more of the games. I think the last week or two, it's been a little bit difficult to get those Blood Bowl games in, right, Art and Michael? Let's do that. So yeah, Canada. What was it? Oh yeah, we did 28 of those. Yeah, we did 28 of those. I'm still again. I'd like to get back to some of the Lord of the Rings flats, but there's the Aragorn one where it's uh, the much flatter one, and then there's the other that's got the bas relief. I wanted to save that actually for tutorial videos. I do have an Arwen. Actually, no, we can do the Arwen. That's right. So we'll do the Aragorn as a tutorial of it. I have an Arwen that's again in both styles. So we'll paint those. Maybe this coming Thursday we'll do the two Arwens on stream. It's a good time for the mid-season break there, Erda Michael. So yeah, hopefully things haven't gotten too crazy with the snow, with the winds, and I know I was asking last night if this sort of qualifies as a nor'easter. I just kept thinking, okay, moisture coming from the Gulf. You got your Arctic blast from the northwest coming down. Wasn't sure if the winds are quite high enough to qualify as a full-on nor'easter. What do we got with this thing here? There we are. Ooh, I wouldn't like. Let me try Payne's Gray. Payne's Gray mixed with our Radiant, well, not Radiant Green. Ooh, there we are. Yeah, I'm liking that. We literally got this weird kind of a turquoise color right next to a yellow there. More weird, more better, right, Camda? So yeah, Rico, you'll have to let me know how that convo with worked out there, and if there was any sort of resolution. Although there's been times where it's like promises were made and then forgotten. Yeah, okay, there we are. Lots of again different tone, but you can again see kind of the hammered metal. Yeah, Art and Michael, I wasn't sure if it's kind of like okay, it has to be a certain barometric pressure level. If it's above 930 millibars or something like that, does it not qualify as a nor'easter? This gets more of that. Now let's lighten up the. Yeah, let me just take. Sure, we'll keep going with this. Well, bright blue. I think that's what it's called, Camda. Yeah, this is the one that you sent this away. Let me get some of that in here. haven't. Yeah, we did that on the Sauron. No, we've done a whole bunch of our lighter stuff. Yes, good. Opposite way with. I'm gonna try the umber and a little bit of our Mars black together, and we're gonna strengthen up some of our darkest darks here, and also hopefully at the same time, yeah. See, we need some edge sharpening going on here. Stretch Pretzel, I believe the last time I played anything at all was, oh boy, oh boy. It could be measured in years now. It might just be measured in years. Last time I played MESBG was certainly at least a year and a half ago. Actually, all the games that, well, let's put it this way, any games that I did play, they are all on different editions now. Yeah, Bolt Action, MESBG, they're all on different editions. Now, there's a few reasons for that. The schedule doesn't allow it, and also, well, um, there's lack of people to play any of that stuff with. Also, that's usually a minor hindrance. But yeah, actually that's why Stretch Pretzel, the ultimate eventuality is that with all the terrain that I'm doing, like every single terrain environment in Middle Earth, that allows me to live stream games of MESBG. I still actually have a table in this very room. It's behind me and to my left. Yeah, that is eventually the table where I would try to live stream games. We wanted it to be incorporated with the War of the Ring board game, so it's more like a campaign type of a setting. And folks in the chat could maybe be Team Sauron or Team Theoden or Team whatever, and maybe be able to say, here, look, here's a few bitses. Give Eomer an extra reroll. He's used up all of his might points. Here's an extra might point for Eomer. So yeah, Stretch Pretzel. I've got again tons of Lord of the Rings armies. Also tons of Bolt Action armies. Now, I'm going to be sticking with the old version of Lord of the Rings only because I have not just all of the regular rule books, but all of the campaign books. And unfortunately, the new system essentially kind of overrides all the campaign books. And the campaign books was my favorite part. So we'll stick with the old stuff. And that's another reason why I was going to live stream it, because, again, they wouldn't really matter. You try and do any kind of battle reports, people, well, they only want to see the latest thing and only certain armies. We certainly won't be doing something like that. We'll be doing all kinds of wild, crazy armies that you never ever see. That's kind of the whole point. And maybe too, one day I get a chance to try out, was it? Oh, Victory at Sea. Yeah, that's for a 1/1800 scale ships. And that is Warlord Games. It's called Victory at Sea. We did paint a whole batch of those on stream. We painted the IJN and US. I forget which box set that was. Hey there, Bandar. Great to see ya. Well, Bandar, you never know, right? You never know. And of course, if you have, what would you say, multiple war bands, if you ever do get a chance, say somebody else doesn't have anything, you say, look, I got enough for both of us. It can't hurt to have them, right, Bandar? So yeah, stretched. That's what was kind of neat about making my own Fellowship of the Ring with the Eldritch Foundry software there, because that was again the first group of Lord of the Rings miniatures I ever painted back in the day. It was that original Fellowship. Yeah, now that really starts to sharpen some of this up. Maybe even darken down some of our hammered areas here. And then we'll also possibly even throw a little bit of a, maybe not necessarily rust per se, but something that might look a little bit on the corroded or weathered side. So here. Now, oh, that's right. I was gonna. Now, first let me chuck a little bit of my dark over in here. And I think we, well, don't have to do so much on the storm, but we got to get our not blackest black over here. That's right. Forgot all about that. So stretched your Lord of the Rings figs. Those are, well, they're also true scale because, well, they had to look like the movie characters, right? So they're true scale, whereas your typical Warhammer stuff's going to be more heroic scale. Heck, even you could even say that this Sauron is more of a heroic scale. That's a Arena Studios right there. So yeah, the Lord of the Rings stuff tended to be your 28 mil true scale, and everything else generally more like a 32 mil or even 28 mil heroic scale. Let me see. Bandor, I would really love to. That's why I make all the terrain. Absolutely would love to be able to do it, but uh, and I'm more than willing to just have it be me versus me. That's how I did all of my. That's how I learned how to play bolt action. And I do actually have 4 bolt action battle reports on the YouTube channel. And that was just me versus me. It was actually how I relearned Blood Blow. And it was very effective because, well, you do, you're kind of doing your thing there on the Blood Bowl field. You think, okay, I've got this. This is an unstoppable formation here. There's no way they can stop this. And only you find out, since you now have to undo it, you find out, yeah, that wasn't quite so impossible to undo as you thought. That was a little bit of a wake up call to find out it's like, oh, yeah, well, I thought basically what I did, there was no way to get through there. Well, I didn't see this. It was also a way to familiarize myself with other Blood Bowl teams that I'd never actually played myself. So yeah, Stretch, I think, these are two similar, like the very earliest Gandalf figures right here. These two. I know I've painted those multiple times for sure. Let me do this right here. So even there were times, Arda Michael, where it was just okay. I just thought there was physically no way. I thought I prevented every physical way. Like okay, even if they knocked out this guy, and this guy, there's no way they can get to this guy. Lo and behold, I kind of take the other side, and it's like, I guess I can. I didn't see that one coming. And that kind of makes you well it accelerates your awareness, right, Arda Michael? Stretz Pretzel, is it still sitting here? Oh wait. Here we go. Yeah. This was I'd never gotten a chance to paint this Eowyn figure originally. I think I had found like a painted one on eBay that I had to try and strip all the glue and everything off of. what didn't only got this because somebody knew that I was searching for that figure and they happened to have that box set. And they said, as long as you paint it on stream or in a tutorial video, I don't care. Just I just want it to get painted. And they were kind enough to donate that to the cause. So yeah, because otherwise, yeah, that was 60, 70, 80 US dollars or something like that to get that AON figure. And I also painted the other ones that were part of the set too. I painted the, is this the Haldir? No, 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 that's the resin one there. But I did actually paint the other elves in that box, the Haldir's elves with Haldir himself. Now, remember we were talking about the burnt umber? That is starting to go in some place. Here, let me also get a little bit of this. Ah, there we go. Essentially, kind of like a Mars red is what that is. It's getting a little too spicy. Let's take some of that away. Better. Not more of this. Ooh, up here for sure. More of that right there and a little there too. So again, we've got kind of this almost like a reddish brown that can play off of those greens and blues, and even over here we got some of the violet for it to play off of there. So yes, all of the stuff that I've been painting, the goal is that it would be used in games. When that happens, no idea. But it is the ultimate goal. That camp, I would love to be able to hop in the old TARDIS, right, and just bring all the armies over there to Australia land and New Zealand and do some of the tournaments over there. Or even just to, again, get to play in some games over there with some of the armies. And we would need a TARDIS to bring them all over there, wouldn't we? Wouldn't we, Camda? Okay, now let's go even. Oh, wait a minute. That's what we can do. Maybe not the fast mat way just yet, because we still got plenty. Oh, this way here. Also, a little bit of thinner to break you down. So that bright blue Camda, I'm just noticing, especially tonight, that I definitely have to think about keeping some thinner, at least a drop or two of thinner on that, kind of at all times to keep it from getting a little too rubbery, kind of like that right there. Get some of this paint off of this brush here. Just trying to break down some of this. Wait, now we're starting to get more towards an actual, say, white, I guess you would say. And I want to make a big difference. Oh, yeah, that's a. Can see that real quick. Difference that makes. Let me get some more of that down on his schnoz right there. And then I think, yeah, I'm going to get the ye old Purling Crimson out there, and maybe even a little touch, tiny hint of our Alkyd medium, and we'll do some stuff on the chompers there. Also, no, that edge. And as you can see, so it's not a full on, right? Because we want, again, that hammered look or chipped or something. Go lighter here. Alright, yeah, there we are. Lighter up here on the tops of these spiky things. More light on the top of his helmet here. Up here. Now on the edges of these pauldrons here. Now this really should start to indicate, okay, it's, see that brighter highlight area there, and I could actually still, if I wanted to, I could go lighter than this too. Yeah, it's too much of a blob right there. Let me do this. More light up here. So it's a little bit of a mix there, Bandar. Bit of a mix. There's some of the uh, Windsor Newton alkyds in there. That would be the Griffin alkyds. I also have a Williamsburg. Let me close this one here. We got the Williamsburg. Now it's Williamsburg Payne's Gray. It's almost more indigo than indigo. So we've got that one out there too. We are going to, well, that's right, I almost forgot. We're going to be putting out this here Pearline Crimson to do some glazy stuff on the chompers there. And then, well, we've got a couple, I think we've got a Gamblin Van Dyke Brown out there. And we've got a Gamblin. Oh no, we have Pearline Black. I haven't actually used the Pearline Black. Gee whiz. I thought I actually had been using it all this time, Camda. Nope, the Pearline Black's just sitting over there untouched. But these are mostly the Paul Rubens, again, because I want these to be, I want to be able to handle these really, really quick. Because I'm going to be needing them for photography purposes. So I thought, okay, let's do the Paul Rubens, the alkyds on these, plus the Windsor Newton alkyds. And we'll be coming back to our Sauron. We haven't forgotten about him either. Boy, Arda Michael, I'm trying to think outside of the Zygomores, when the heck is the last time I used, well, any kind of cadmiums? I think that was pretty much the last go round on the cadmiums here. What is hilarious is that the Puro Orange is actually more expensive than cadmium orange. Uh, yeah, I was saying, okay, yeah, like, kind of like how Severus blue is, well, it's not the cheapest blue, it's still definitely cheaper than cerulean blue and kind of does a better job than cerulean blue. No, it is, now it's not necessarily a ton more expensive in terms of, say, Williamsburg, because I think Williamsburg cadmium colors are series 5 or something like that, maybe 6s. That's fantastic there, Bandar. Now, Bandar, I've been doing a whole bunch of tests. Uh, the idea is that you'll have all your paints in a container, which will keep it nice for you during, well, not just during the lesson there, but during the entire convention, and hopefully, well, you can take them back home with you, and they'd still be good there for quite some time to come until they just physically run out. Eventually, you'll use them all up, but they shouldn't dry out on you. That's for sure. Not in that container. Yeah, Camden, it's kind of like what the heck is going on? You put me out here. You got to put me in there, coach. You can't just leave me on the sidelines there. And actually, Bandit, one of the things we will be doing kind of to get things rolling, and this is something we play tested, is to actually do just a couple of limited color charts. Not anything super, you know, dramatic, but just a chance to actually get the oils out and actually get them on a brush and do some stuff with them before you ever touch them to the miniature. Just to, again, we noticed that saved a couple of people, well, at least two people, a lot of hassle when it came to then actually doing the painting part of it. Because they kind of found out the hard way on the color charts. It's like, okay, so that's what you mean by no layers, and don't be chucking a bunch of paint on there, and don't be fooling around with a bunch of thinner necessarily. So yeah, that was a good way to prevent the harsher lessons when it comes to actually working with the miniature. And of course, well, I don't think I've got them out. No, I don't have it out here. But we'll be doing the AON bust, and that's oh, you'll be getting the file too. That's right, Bandar. You'll be getting the file, and also too, I'm gonna have a USB drive, well, with the file on it. But it's also going to have the tutorial video. So yeah, Bandar, even if you like literally, I don't know, let's say you pass out at the start of the class, you'll still at least have the video. You know, if you let's say you've been, doing 10 other uh, classes during the weekend there, and you're just super tired and you conk out or whatever. That's one of the reasons why I'm making that video. Because all kidding aside, there will be folks that just take too many classes, and they will be hard pressed to remember a third of what it was that they've been hearing over the course of several days. And I thought, well, if we've got all that info on a handy dandy video, then at least you can kind of reverse engineer the class later on. Yeah, or to Michael, I mean, Pearline Black, very, very handy, right, for a necromantic team. Here, let's break out said Pearline. Actually, you know what? That's what it is, Camda. I took the Payne's Gray, the Williamsburg Payne's Gray. I mixed it with the not radiant green, and it basically created this lightened form of Pearline Black. And of course, Camda can attest to the power of the color charts and saving you some disappointment later on, right, Camda? Because it's as much about seeing how the colors interact with each other, how they work, than it is, okay, what do they look like? I mean, what they look like is important, don't get me wrong. But you get a chance to say, wow, that color is really super powerful. So your Indian yellow or something like Terra was like, wow, that's a super opaque color. This color is not opaque. Camden, I think it's somewhere. It's in one of the color theory and oils videos where I did a color chart with the metallic colors, only to learn it's like, well, they're never going to show up on a color chart. That was one of the most useless. No, it was a useful exercise in the hard lesson I learned. but it was quite useless as far as an actual color chart to see what it looked like. Yeah, that would never gonna work. Well, like we say, lessons learned, right, Camda? Sometimes the lessons are a bit harsher than others. And we try to make it so that people can maybe avoid the harshest lessons. But sometimes it is just inevitable. Things are going to happen. Do I want to? No, that might still be too late. Let me back off to this. Ah, there we are. Now I'll take this. Ooh, lighter here. Lighter here. So I think it's what? It's a Friday one, right? Right, Bandar? That was a little bit of strategery there too, Bandar. I thought, okay, let's do this earlier before people have piled up, you know, again, 30 or 40 hours worth of classes or something like that. Because after a while, right, Bandar, it's just it starts to almost become noise. You've heard too much. You've seen too much. Now that proverbial 1,000 mile stare. Somebody sitting in the chair, barely upright. Who's done about 5 regular classes and a couple of 6-hour workshops. So look at that. We got that kind of yellowish, and then here it goes more towards that bluish tone. Now we were talking about this. Let me do this now. A little bit of that pearly crimson somewhere on the palette. I'm just gonna chuck it over here. We don't need. Now that was actually more than I needed right there. Yeah, and it is understandable, right, Bandar, as I add again some of the alkyd medium here, because you're thinking, okay, geez, when am I may not get a chance to come here again, and will these instructors be here again? That's almost the bigger thing. Is I might be here again, but what if this particular instructor, this is the only time they're able to get here? So it's very much again. I can understand why people would say, "Gee, okay, this is my one chance. I got to do it now." It might not present itself again. Now here again, this is our fabulous Perdine Crimson. It's like a semi glazy thing. I'm just trying to get this in between some of the teeth here. Again, not a ton, but a little bit there. Because I asked a few folks years ago. Oh man, that was mighty rough on yourself there. And they said, look, I knew it was going to be rough, but I had to. I knew it wasn't coming the next year or something like that, so I had to just do as many as I could while the opportunity was there. And that was why I definitely wanted, some kind of backup or whatever, where people could say, all right, man, I don't remember hardly anything from that class, but I've got this video here, in some ways, the video does what I can't do in the class because, well, there's no time for me to do a whole full painting of a bust and then everybody else do a whole full painting of a bust. We could do that if it was going to be about a 9-hour class, but it's not. Yes, and I would imagine there, Bandar, that there are times where you might even be sitting in the same room. A different person comes into the same room. You didn't have to change rooms, but you'll hear maybe two very different things. You'll be like, but that other person said the exact opposite thing. And that could very well be the case too. Well, you probably have experienced that already. What am I saying? Yeah, you might be saying like, "Yep, I've had that happen." Looky here, looky here. Look at that. Blending brush again. So you see, we just big old chunk of paint out there, and now we are gonna do this. So I'm hoping, Bando, we can set up a number of situations. That's why I wanted to do that bust. See what I just did there? That is, if I can set up anything and get people to see it, it's something like this. Even if that's all they take out of the entire class, just this right here, that is more than worth it. Because Camda, gee whiz, how much time do you think that saved you just doing something like that? Well, and also, there's nothing to figure out, right? There is no, oh, geez, color formula, right? How much of this do I mix with how much of that? It's like, don't matter. What you do is you chuck that over there and you chuck that over there. Again, very nice, delicate, careful brush strokes there. Only the most precise brush strokes in this town. Now we're going to take this and we're going to push this around like we do. Well, looky there. It's almost like we had a plan. Yeah, something like that. Or should we spend, I don't know, an hour and a half on this little stupid section of a plinth? I mean, my guess is that you would rather do what we just did here, which is not take a whole boatload of extra time and get a result that might actually be better because there was less, well, more brush strokes, more chance for stuff to go sideways. The more complex you make anything, the more moving parts there are, the more parts can break. Simpler things are, fewer things can go wrong. That's why trick plays in football, when they work, the few times they work really well, mostly because 20 things had to go exactly right. Trick plays end up usually being a disaster because, well, something doesn't go right. Next thing you know, you got a 20-yard loss, or a fumble, or a pick six going the other way. When they work, it looks like genius. But it is, well, speaking of Blood Bowl, right, Artemichael? It's kind of like, well, I'm going to base my entire game plan on a flesh golem intercepting passes. That doesn't require a number of sixes in a row at all, does it, Artemichael? So again, maybe try to keep things simpler. So there's just less things that can go sideways. This, if we do this here, also, come on, over there, our banner also is going to look a little bit darker. I'm going to have to use me a smaller blending brush here, though. We're in a bit more of a confined space. The idea is the same, though. There, see that? same on this side. Boom. Oh, here too. Yep, do that. So now we're gonna head on over to our Sauron as we give this a chance to set, right? So again, we're 3 hours 52 minutes in, and these two lads had no paint on them whatsoever. All right, some lighter stuff now on Sauron here. Hey there, Erdican Wife, how you doing? Everybody, please give Erdican Wife a follow. So, Irid, that was looking super sensational. Obviously, post your Pinterest link so other people can see how super sensational it was. Well, I don't know if it was on the top or the bottom of the piece. It probably on the top there. That the dragon eye there, Irid, was looking really nifty. Yeah, that blue dragon eye on the top that was looking really fantastic. So everybody check out that Pinterest link that Erdican Wife just shared. Also give Erdican Wife a follow so that you can see some fabulous jewelry and also the occasional Gundam. Yeah, Erid, that was super nifty. Well, the whole thing was nifty, but yeah, it was that I really loved the eye there on the. I don't know. Again, I couldn't tell if it was on the top of the piece or if it was on a right or left side. I only had a few seconds to gander. No, 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 no. Let's go back to that. Nah, there it is. There it is. We'll also be coming back into this with some darks too. So on the bottom and on both sides of the big blue, yep. Yeah, so that was a very nifty design there, very fantastic concept there, Erin. And again, everybody go check out the Pinterest link that Erdican Wife shared. More of this right in here. There we go. A little something lighter there, and now maybe some light on the plinth out here. Some of that up there. Let me get you here. Also, a couple little more lights right along all of these things. Ooh, that is here. We need some light there, and also here, and that. Yep, it's gonna blend by itself. There we go. We're gonna do that here. So, yeah, we need to do the same thing. Get a little bit of light on that edge right there too. So glad that the stream was fun there, Erid. I'm guessing that you don't have any surprise cooking streams or anything like that coming up here. It has warmed up significantly instead of -8 Fahrenheit. Now it's about 8 degrees Fahrenheit. We got light snow again, super powdery type stuff. Nothing like the more wet, more heavy snow. Obviously, that's going to be happening to the south. That is the one benefit of being in like the super cold zone, is that any kind of snow is going to be of the very light variety. Again, this here is, well, at least from what I saw, that's broom snow out there. It would almost be insulting to break out the shovel. Break out this here and then some over here. taking more of it here. Lighten you up there. Darker indigo. Indigo. Oh, wow, that made quite the impact there. We're going to do that in a couple more places for sure now. This is another area that went a little wonky there. And I'll darken this some more for sure. Yeah, blending brush. Yeah, bad door. That was it was one of the reasons why I did not. I was going to get some more resin and a couple other things on Amazon, but oh, speaking of 2013 and the original painting pyramid, and remember I was saying I was burning all those DVDs. Well, those DVDs also needed jewel cases, and there was only one or two places I could get those jewel cases, and it just happened to be kind of like what happened the other day when it was about 50 below or something up there in the Fargo area, and you got that big old UPS distribution thing going on up there. And I was getting emails saying, "Well, that's not going anywhere for a couple of days," and that actually it messed up my production of the videos because there was nothing to put them in. Yep, it was a little bit like the situation we just had. Yeah, Bentor. That's what I was kind of trying to give some folks again that they're not really accustomed to the colder stuff. So just a few little tidbits of advice there about kind of cold proofing the house. Because there's some folks that obviously they've never really dealt with it, and there's houses that aren't really designed to deal with it. I mean, even here, these brick houses, they're basically ovens in the summer and freezers in the winter. But again, thanks to that little redecorating back in 1871, houses here were going to be made of masonry. This is another place where we're going to take our blending brush, I think, to this again. So it's definitely farther away now, Bandart, now that it's in Milwaukee. It was still kind of it wasn't exactly next door when it was up there in Schaumburg. I think this is, oh gosh, this is the fifth different facility for Adepticon. One, two, I think there was those first three. We were at the third one for a few years there, kind of consistently. So this is at least the fifth one that I've been at. Fifth or maybe sixth, but definitely five different venues. And of course, back in 2007, Adepticon was maybe 500 and something people. I'm not even sure it was that many. There was no dealer's room, or vendor hall, I guess as they call it. there was really no dealer's room until maybe our fourth year or something like that. And there was sort of an actual separate room for just the vendors. To is it gonna be too late? I don't think so. Nah. We put a little something right over here, and then some light down on this part of his armor. And Bandar, what I was hoping to do again with that bust was to introduce as many elements of the oils as possible. Obviously, emphasizing the less is more, kind of like what you've seen here. It most likely is going to be the darker primer method. So don't be surprised if it's primed this exact color here. That's just the ebony flesh, just dark brown, nothing fancy. There we go. And I would imagine there will be 12 colors tops. I think okay, 4. I mean, I might have 13 or 14 out on the palette here. I haven't heard of that Bandar. That is unfamiliar to me. Haven't heard of that. Is that getting to be too chunky? Well, that's okay. We can come back with our darker stuff and take away any weird chunky stuff there. Let me get the light on the top of that. Also on here. Got some of these guys to do. Nice to see you there, Alpho. Happy Sunday. Great to see you there, Alpho.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Legolas. Appreciate that. Ah, you do realize that this is kind of an embarrassing moment for you. It's like, dude, what? I'm gonna like shoot you in the head like I shot that one Nazgul. It's like, so are you gonna shoot like a gummy thing at him? So what are you talking about? It's like, dude, you're a gummy bear. Well, at least I got legs. They don't need those. Wow, that was a little bit of a repartee there, Camden. Let's see if Legolas can roll a big Gandalf 6. We actually have. Oh, did I not call it? For Legolas, there it is, the big Gandalf 6. Wow, man, oh man, we have Sauron, legless and also armless Sauron, uh, trying to insult Gummy Legumless. That's it. Yes, Legumless. So how you doing there, Legolas? Thank you so much for joining us. Sorry about the little interlude. We couldn't resist that. Oh, geez, Camda, I never did a flat of Legolas. Good grief. I knew there was some characters that I was missing in our flats, our Lord of the Rings flats, but geez, Legolas. And congratulations on the big Gandalf 6 there, Legolas. Great to see you. Ooh, speaking of our Lord of the Rings, last night on stream, I was painting my homemade versions of the Shadow Lord, and this is also the before and after. So I mean, obviously other folks have done Shadow Lord Wraith, but no one's ever done Shadow Lord as a king before getting the ring there. Glad things are going well there, Legolas. It's been super fun here. Where's there he is? Getting a chance to paint the. I've done several different designs of our Sauron and Mount of Sauron bus. So it's really nifty getting a chance to paint these. it's recoil. We can twist that into something that would be so. It's already difficult. Right? It's almost impossible to be able to say it because there's so many twists and turns. Legless Legolas. I mean, he might be a gummy bear, but he still does have legs. Ah, geez, Rico, I still got to do. Well, the versions that I did of Merry and Pippin, unfortunately, there was that drifting there, so they're not like the original ones. So I've got to figure out how I can do those. Now again, that's there's some green right there. We got blue there. Ooh, I want I'm gonna go a little more violet there. So Legolas, ever since, oh gosh, was it last? I think it was last year. I painted all of the named ring wraiths, all 9 of them, with their fell beasts. Let's see, Neverett Studios made those, and ever since I've kind of was wanting to make again before and after versions. Now, let me see if I can grab these. So of course Kamul is best wraith, so I did him first. So this is the Kamul Easterling before. This is kind of a halfway through the process, and then I also have a Kamul Easterling kind of fully transformed into a wraith. I've also done so far some concept. The Dark Marshal, the Knight of Umbar. Yeah, I've done the Knight of Umbar. Oh, and the Undying. The Undying is going to be the first sorcerer one. So far everybody I've done is like obviously a king, but some of them were sorcerers, and I thought like the Undying and the Dwemerlic they should be sorcerers, and I want to have the Undying like some kind of spell effect or an aura or something that just kind of instead of him just looking like okay another wraith with a cloak. I'm kind of trying to go to their stories and kind of fill in the story as much as possible there. Actually, boy, I'll have to make a bust version recoil of all of our different named wraiths. I mean, these have worked out so well. I think I gotta do the same thing for them. And then, we'll have to do some flats of them too. I've done a whole bunch of Lord of the Rings flats. Oh my gosh, we've done at least about a dozen of those. This coming Thursday, I'll probably be doing the Arwen flats. So I've got 2 different types. It's the same design, but 2 different styles of bas relief on them. We'll have those this coming Thursday. So again, that's too big of a blending brush. Let me get something. This thing. This is what I'm looking for. Something smaller. So you see, we got that chunk of paint there. Look at this. We're gonna take that. We're not wiping it out. So Bandar, this again is the kind of thing that I'm hoping. It was a little bit Bandar of, do I do something like this? Seriously, I kind of considered something like this as the topic for the class because, those larger open surfaces, the metal surfaces, maybe that's another way for people to get a chance to try the same sort of thing that we're doing here. Drop down the paint, take another brush that's got no paint on it, and then sort of push that stuff around. Okay, now I do, well, no, it's, yeah, we're well into hour 4. I am going to grab our fast matte white here, which would be this stuff. Not much of it, don't need very much. A little teensy bit of you over there for now. we'll drop a thinner on that. I've been remembering at least now, Cam, to put the thinner on a couple of our more problem child, not radiance there, and that's really kind of helped, I gotta say. All right, here we are breaking this down. Now we got some super duper lights that we can start doing here. Maybe that's a little too much of the super duper light. Let me take some of you away. We can do that like that. Take this over here and get a little less of the thinner in that. Now, again, some kind of like little glints on the edges of the armor here. Not full on, like going white all the way along the edge. Just a few little glints of this. That's it. Like that. Stop. Couple more up there. Also doing this. And light along here, and now along that edge of the spike there, and some lighter stuff in here. Not quite as much of the hammered steel, maybe as say the our mouth of Sauron, but something in here. We're gonna take a little bit of that away. Come on, drop you down here. So yeah, Legolas usually Gandalf greets, well, his new little hobbits as, but anytime we have a special gift, well, anytime Denethor comes around, we bring out, well, any one of our Denethors. We've got several. And of course, Denethor, he has his own little flying club. It's part of a let's see, a hang glider less hang gliding. Yes, you hang glide without the hang glider. You also do it on fire. He's still kind of not clear on why there's not many return customers. Recoil. Yeah, he doesn't get a lot of return business. For some reason, it's always new customers all the time. I mean, it's a fantastic view on the way down. But the landing can be a little rough. Thanks, Cam. I'm really looking forward to this one right here, because this is going to be one of the final scenes in the Sauron video. So looking forward to this one here. That worked out very well with the ring just kind of there in his hand there. Yeah, Sinister, definitely a difference between, say, book Denethor and movie Denethor. At least but with book Denethor, they do kind of show how it kind of came to be that way. It took several different things, several combinations of circumstances to sort of create that dynamic. And the movie just well, it obviously doesn't explain that. Obviously, the mom kind of died not long after Faramir was born, and then of course Denethor doing the Palantir battle of the mines there with Sauron kind of allowed certain things to be planted. And of course, Faramir was very much a fan of Gandalf, and well, Denethor was always suspicious of Gandalf from the get-go. Was also suspicious of Aragorn because he had seen Aragorn a couple of times long before the whole War of the Ring. Miska. Yeah, well, let's just say that your lifetime membership in Miska is like 2 weeks, right? Recoil. Yeah, you look at your lifetime package or something like, wait a minute, why this is like 3 weeks long? It's like, now you ain't gonna need much more than that. Yeah, the shortest lifetime memberships ever, right? Recoil. Normally, when companies like tourism companies or whatever, they advertise a once in a lifetime experience. It's usually not that kind of like, okay, yeah, just once in a lifetime. I'm gonna try to get me some more of my light going right down these spikes here. And usually right at the end. So yeah, you might get want to might want to second thoughts if you're thinking about taking Denethor's hang gliding class. And of course, well, you might be wondering again why there's no hang gliders involved. That's again, that's maybe a little. That's a questionable business model right there. That was too much. I will take my blue here. We're going to take some of that away. We also need to get, I'm going to maybe roll with this reflected something or other there. So I said a little something right there. We have many different iterations of Denethor. That one's, well, the GW one. We've got, this is the Diwali Denethor. Where's our, we got one from Printing Goes Ever On. He's hiding somewhere. Now we got at least three. No, we have four because there's Papal 3D. Yes. Well, of course, we also have our Denethor showcase video. We got Denethor, a whole bunch. We got the White Tree of Gondor, and we also have the Fountain Court Guard. And of course, our very latest. Let me see if I can find my Army of the Dead video here. There we go. So this was our latest Middle Earth showcase vid right here. That is that's about 20 years worth of Army of the Dead miniatures. Also the massive terrain piece that is also from Printing Goes Ever On. And that's a 6x4 table, so that gives you some kind of an idea of just how ginormous that terrain piece is. There's also Army of the Dead miniatures. So there's the GW ones, but there's also Highland miniatures. Let me see. Some Kurzlook, Army of the Dead. And there's, I don't think there's any Medbury ones. We covered Highland miniatures. Oh, Papal 3D, that's right. Yeah, the first batch that you see, those are the GW typical ones. There's also some basically scratch sculpted ones we got in there. I do believe that terrain piece took 4.5, 5 weeks to print out, something like that. It might have used up, well, there was a few pieces that used up basically an entire spool of resin, just one piece. there. And yeah, that never did get its lighter stuff up there on that top part. There. Get a little bit more of our hammered armor effects on some of this here. Do I want to go a little lighter with the blue here? Let me try some of this. There, it'll get a little tiny bit, not much, not much. Our plinth, I should get a little bit of our brightest light on some of the plinth here. Certainly on some of these edges. Just two, top of that. Here and over here. Never did get any. Yeah, let's get some of that over here too. Geez. Somehow forgot that. So brings this, yeah, that kind of starts to come forward. How's about we do the same deal on this side? We're missing our lightest light up there. We had to find some of these spiky things here. We'll come back with some of our dark. We're going to sharpen up some of those edges too. They're getting a little bit on the softer side there. I mean, it happens when you're using these lighter colors. It even happens with the acrylics too, as they tend to be on the thicker side. So we kind of come back later with our darker stuff, and for all intents and purposes, kind of carve some of that extra stuff away. Yeah, there we go here. Here. Oh, this one never got its lighter stuff on the end there. No, we never did do our light along. Oh yeah, a couple of these. Let's do this side too. I'll probably come back into this. Yeah, let's get some of our darker stuff too in a sec here. These guys over here. Man, it's not a solid line. It's almost like a little bit of pointillism right there. Just some dots. Okay. Lighter stuff here, and again on the end of this. All right. Mouth to Sauron. Get yourself out here. Couple of these things. Sharpen you up here and here. And then all these spikes up here. For sure, every single one of those got to hit it with this light. Just do that right in here. Let me put that right up in here. Catch that top edge. Just head you over here. We're good there. Not too bad there. Oh, we did get some of that lighter stuff on top of his head. I will just take our blending brush just to tone that down slightly. Now, talking about that darker stuff too. Our Mars black, the indigo. Mars black and indigo, fine. Can you see with this? I think you can. I'm just trying to get that up here, and that's going to make our lighter stuff really look like. I guess I need a little bit thinner in this too. Now this here, that might even be some of our lighter dry brushes. That is, yeah. Still looking at some of the lighter dry brush sitting over there. We'll do that. I think this to spread that out. There's another one of our spot. We get that darker stuff towards the top, and then if we do this, let me turn it a little bit more for you. We do this. We preserve that mid-tone down there, so now it kind of is almost like it's a little bit of a reflection there. Metal needs reflections, even the metal that's got a little bit of weathering to it. I mean, if your skin and your clothes can have reflected light, well, then metal sure can. Just throwing that out there. You know what? I'm also going to I want to do a change on this in here. So I'm going to do that. Blending brush here, like so. Thank Thermid Wolf for sharing that link to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where you're going to be able to see this or any of the other stuff that we do here on the Twitches, because again, you can't save your sessions here on Twitch anymore. Benefit of that on the YouTube channel is that there's playlists. So if you want to see something like, okay, busts, there's a playlist for busts. There's a playlist for the Lord of the Rings stuff. There's a playlist for the Battlestar Galactica ship, so it hopefully makes it a whole lot easier for you to be able to locate the stuff that you want to see. Now, when it was on Twitch, essentially all you could really do is just look through a bunch of thumbnails until you went, okay, that's what I'm looking for. It is now something that's a little more searchable, to, I guess, put it mildly. Now that's almost looking a bit like cloth there. I want that to look a bit more like armor. So some of this bluish violet is going to work its way into here. Possibly more up there, sure. Now let's get that lighter stuff sitting over here. Now where we go. Yeah, looks more like metal, less like cloth. Oh, and thank you all. Well, thanks for all the follows, because we actually reached the 9,600 mark. There's no special rewards of any kind. I just looked over and I'm like, well, there's a 0 there. Oh, we made our 9,600. So thanks for all the folks that have done the follows. We've had a bunch of those. And again, thanks Jeremy also for that follow too. So I thought we got Jeremy in there. Then there was a lot. Oh, that was when Spoon raided. There was a lot going on then. Now, Camda, I know you gotta get a move on there. There's lots of hungry orcs to feed. Yep, gotta feed them hungry orcs, right, Camda? So appreciate that. And Camda, I'll shoot you a message after the stream. And actually, Camda, I'll try to Actually, Cam, I could try to get you some of the bust files too, because well, let's put it this way, Cam, that they're not saved at 30 meters tall or 30 feet tall or 10 meters or whatever. They're saved at a normal height. Now I just got to go in and do the whatchamacallit there, do the repair things, right? Bring them into the Windows 3D Maker Builder, whatever that is, and do the repairs, and I can do that. And then you can have some fun adventures trying to either separate them from plinths, or also see how you can rotate them best to do the supports and such. And also again, Ken, I'll try to fill you in on wish me luck there with the high tem as well, because I think I'm gonna have to use it if I'm gonna try to make the all of these Trench Crusade busts here. Because there's, well, let's see, it's the 25th. I think there's only 30 days in January, which means 5 plus 4. So in 9 days, I do get a renewal of my credits there. So now that was the original plan, we just kind of wait it out, but I don't know if there's time for that. I am glad that I put the not blackest black on it. That's also kind of helped not having the brown primer there. Alright, I'm gonna do the Sauron banner thing here. And again, we're not going to necessarily try to make it glowy. I might need to. Oh, I think all of my yellow is toasted. Yeah, I might have to get some of my yellow. Oh, we got Indian yellow here. Never mind. We'll just use that. That'll be good enough. I'm just going to breaking this down here. So see you later there, Camden. Have a good one. Okay. I.O. Sauron. Also, too, since we waited quite some time to paint this, that whole banner there, paint is nice and set on that. Let me get rid of this and try this one. Yeah, let's try this guy. Yeah, that's the one. Alright. I Sauron here, maybe a little, either a little more thinner or a little less. I'm thinking maybe a little more. Yep, just need a little more thinner there. Take that. Also out here on the peripheries. Alright, got some light going there too. Take the Indian yellow and maybe a sneaky bit of our fast matte white there. Now we're talking, not everywhere. Maybe, yeah, maybe this lower lip right here, and that's about it. Come on, let me bring this out there a little bit. So again, there's our, just getting our Eye of Sauron underway here. It's super simple here, Bendar, and well, it's really easy to get in the U.S. You're going to get this on Amazon. So Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is kind of the sub-brand, and it's a fabulous odorless thinner. And well, you'll be getting some of that in the class. Actually, I just got 2 more big containers like that, Bandar, so that we have plenty for the class. You're not going to be using too much of it. Again, we typically use our fabulous brush cleaner for cleaning the brushes. But that is the thinner that we use right there. And again, that is the main brand is Speedball. And again, your sub brand is going to be the Mona Lisa stuff. Speedball is, I think, much better known for things like inks, rapidograph pens, that sort of stuff. At least that's how I know Speedball is from that stuff. Got our chompers here. A little extra light there, and then that's about it. Taking our light here. There. Nice. Little, again, some of the edges on our plinth right there. Oh, gotta do these. Now we already did the other side. Good to roll there. Now we utilize the linseed oil when we're mixing our own homemade paints, and those tend to be things like the interference colors or the fluoros. So those are homemade oils right there. Just a very simple case of pigment powders and linseed oil mixed together. That's all it takes. And again, you'll be using a container like this of thinner. Yeah, this is your entirety of your thinner there, Banner. So you're not using much thinner at all. Very, very tiny amount. And we have, and unfortunately, my little container of the that I usually show as an example is on the floor where I can't reach it. But that will be the Winsor Newton brush cleaner. And the nifty thing is it also works for acrylic paints. So yes, the very same cleaner that I use for the oils is the same cleaner that you can use for your acrylics. I've also seen it get what's that super glue out of brushes. Don't ask me how I know that, but yes, it can. I've seen it actually get super glue out of brushes. So yeah, there's very, very, very little thinner involved in this process, and well, the stuff that we'll be painting there's going to be even less thinner involved. Because you're really not going to be doing much in the way of pin line washes or anything like that, so you won't need very much of it. I mean, considering that this I'm painting every day of every single week, and well, I don't remember the last time I filled this. That's how much thinner you're going to be using. If you're using more than that, then it would indicate that might have been a little bit too much. Yeah, if you're cruising through that dropper bottle of thinner, that's lesson number one. In that, well, okay, I done used too much thinner. Gotta use less. It's not like when you're working with acrylic. Well, even with acrylics, they don't have the big giant vat of water or something like that, right, Panda? There's no giant water cup or something like that of thinner. So I'm not sure how many folks doing the oils really have something like that. It would be unusual if they did, but some might. Who knows? Who knows? And of course, too, if you got something like this, you only use it when you need it. It's sealed. Bandor, I think it was Kathy. Yeah, Kathy found that out. because Kathy got some of that on the handles of her brushes, but then, our brushes, for the most part, are costing 25 cents to $1. And of course, we have our customized brushes like this. And again, brushes like this have a lot of unique features. You've got your texture paste there. You've got epoxy sculpt there. We've got tile grout over here. More paint over there. Oh yeah, there's some more tile grout over here. We've got the bristles cut off right there. So again, these are some of our customized brushes right here. Yeah, that's kind of covered in tape residue and stuff. More paint, more glue on there. So yeah, there's if the paint handle gets some of the paint taken off of it, well, we wouldn't notice. Actually, I would use it to clean the brush handles. So Vitae, the demand is so high for those. It's almost impossible to meet Vitae because it takes years to make just one of those, right? So the waiting list, let's just say this, Vitae, the waiting list is very long. Now, of course, the waiting list is not as long for the bristle-free brushes, which again, detractors would call those a stick, but we know better, right, Vitae? Yeah, the brush cleaner, yeah, the brush cleaner costs way more than the brushes, right, Panjar? So great to see you again there, Vitae. Let's do this here. So you can see we got some nice little changes there. Nice little changes. You know what we need to do? How's about this here? Same deal. There's a little bit of the Terra Rosa in there. A little bit of our Mars Yellow Deep. That's almost kind of like our skin tone. Almost a little bit like our rust tone.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my ganja.
Thank you so much, Jackie. Appreciate that. You know what we need to... Oh, here's one we haven't had out here in a while. Yeah. That's a nice My Little Pony he's got. It, dude, up. You realize that this is Shadowfax here. He gets really grumpy. He's kind of sensitive about being called a gummy bear. It's like, but he kind of is. Not a gummy bear. I'm a talking horse. I can understand what you're saying. Whoa, whoa, whoa! You told me you'd never say you're a talking horse. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Now we've had 2 6s. So Jackie, we've had 2 6s on our Gandalf 6 here. I don't think we've ever had 3 on one stream before. Oof. Well, we have had a 3. I did call. I've actually called the last 2 rolls. I called a 6 and I called a 3. I didn't really, but I'm gonna say that it was the foresight of Elrond himself, Vitae. Vitae, these guys here, these actually make really nifty micro filbert brushes. I actually did. So Bander, I think I've got 4 packages of these. I'm gonna probably get a couple more. So yeah, you'll be seeing these brushes in the class here too. Actually, Armored Wolf, I gotta start printing out those boxes again. I think it's gonna be warm enough now. I can get away with printing those, especially on the FDM printer. I printed out 2. I guess I need 16 more. Let me do this right here. Again, a little bit more of the light. Yeah, yeah. Kind of that reddish brown there. Got a little lighter there. Okay. We'll set you aside, and now we're gonna maybe get some of this on our Sauron bust here. We also got to get some of the dark in here, right, on some of these little pointy things to, well, make them more pointy. what do we got here? We got this, some more there. Never really. Oh, I did get on that side. Doing a little bit less on these points that are furthest down on the plinth because, well, my hand's probably still gonna mash into those and wipe some of that away. So that'd be kind of something we would save for the very end, I think. Not necessarily looking to turn these into windows here, but I need a little something in there. Oh, well, that sounds very good there, Vite. That sounds good. I will be doing some cooking of stuff after the stream here. And then I think tomorrow, well, later today, there, well, yeah, we'll have to break out the air fryer and do some air fryer goodness. Nice to see you back there, Digital Dad. How you doing? Happy Sunday there, Digital Dad. Great to see you again. Hopefully Sunday is starting out well for you. Crazy green in there. Yep, doing our crazy green there. Here's hoping that Sunday goes well for everybody. Here's hoping that, again, the folks that are in the frisky weather areas there, maybe things not quite as frisky as was predicted. Usually tends to go that way. Get rid of this and back to the air. Let me get this, some of that orange, some of the Indian yellow. So Digital Dot, great to see you. Having a blast here. Getting to paint some more of my busts. And I've got other ones here. So this one, I was thinking we might either go with our true metallics on this one, or we do some source lighting going up that way. And then next weekend we'll certainly be painting Sauron on his fabulous throne. Yes, because I think that would be super fun. Get that really light orange on the right now. Here, let's take our red and some of our Indian yellow. That's gonna hopefully, yeah, there we are. Now we got ourselves a bit more of a reddish tint here. Come on. There. Yeah, that was missing a little bit, and then oh yeah, here too on fingers. Lighten that up a little too. Okay, now we got that. Let me try a bit more of it here on his palm, inside of the thumb. Actually, that his finger there needs some too. And that is, I might even here. Let me fool around with a little something here. Let me try this. So that I'm gonna try to again just this little hint of a reflection here on the armor. Not much. And that's kind of in the mid-tone area there. More. Let's do this. Thanks, Digital Dad. Appreciate that. We got all kinds of fun stuff going on. We got blues, greens, browns, violets. Uh, it looks like gray, and that's kind of the. Ooh, we haven't done a film noir. Let's do a film noir in just a second here. We'll do a film noir. Because that should also. We'll do it on both. We'll do our Sauron and our Mouth of Sauron. Alright, let's take this away here. So let's do our film noir on this. And again, all of those different colors. Again, violets, blues, greens, they go away. I mean, we still got values here, right? There's a difference in the armor plates, but when I bring this back here, you're gonna see should be pretty clear the blue, the violet, the green. Let me do that here. Check it out. Look at that, starting to all come back. Almost at 50. We're at 50. Yeah, look at that. You got violet there, there. You got blue, green up there. All right, same deal here. We got violets and blues. That's almost a little bit more green. That's much more green over there. Film noir this. Got plenty of shading. Plenty of shading, but no difference now between the plinth, which has much more of a reddish brown look to it. I can even see it now. I mean, that's like at 20%. We're getting closer to 50, almost there. We go. Again, the greens, violets, purple, all kinds of different stuff going on there that's just not really visible. Oh, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that, Recoil. Oh, geez. I was going to say great mimes think alike, Recoil, and then I realized I still got to make the mimes. Well, geez, Recoil, I might have to do that high temp thing. We're gonna need some credits, Recoil. So appreciate that. Yeah, we done thought alike there. Let me get a little bit more. There too. Yeah, 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 yeah. And again, we got all these so many different Ooh, let's do that up here. All right, all right. I got this. Got our green here. That's just gonna go in there. Gonna create some differences. Maybe. Okay, let me grab this for a little bit of reflected light under there. You know what? This needs a little more light. Alright then, also maybe some there. Also bring this into here. Ah, this is another place that I forgot. Let's unforget that and actually put something over there. And that too. Oh, yeah. Some reflected light under there. A touch of it here. It can't just be, you have to have that kind of light, dark, light, those bands, uh, varying bands again, of light and dark and light. Boy, Vite, that's gonna be super fun. You'll have to send me some pictures of the fun results you get from that. That sounds like it's gonna be a super blast right there. Yeah, that should be. Boy, you're gonna have all kinds of adventures with that. Trying to lighten up this little bit right in there. Yep. Also here. Yep, I'll touch on that, and then some reflected light down here. Ooh, now let me try some of the light Again, see, it's not a continuous line, right? It's very much broken up. Yeah, Rico, we'll definitely have to we'll have to give him his lava bubble bath there at some point. We'll print up another one of these. Now, Vitae empires begin by conquering first small chunks of territory, then larger chunks of territory, right? I mean, unless you're going to use the school children on field trips method of conquest, it's going to take a little bit longer. Well, even that method of conquest, you have to give it a certain amount of time to work. You just put lots of little kids on school buses that have lots of little kid viruses and bugs and stuff. You send them into the country you wish to conquer, again on a field trip, and they touch all the door handles and they lick everything they possibly can. You wait about a week to 10 days, and then you just march in unopposed. And then you figure out what the next country is. You send again another field trip, so to speak, into that country. And as long as you don't run out of school buses, well, you can pretty much conquer the world that way. Maybe get a little bit more of my light over here. The nifty thing about these Vitae is that they are biological weapons with feet, and that makes them very handy. Yes, bipedal biological weapons, which also have no remorse, and also will work for candy. Yes, that's they are perfectly willing to be mercenaries for hire as long as the candy supply does not run out. You get that a little bit less of a solid line right there. That was a little bit too much of a solid line. Now you just got to send them in there with standard colds and that sort of thing, and well, also set up a NyQuil embargo. That's the kind of two things you got to do is embargo the NyQuil. Let me do this over here. I'm gonna come back and we're gonna get rid of some of the shiny that's there. Take some of my darker stuff here and also can try to get rid of some of that shine. I think we took care of that now. Also softened up against some of the edges right there. Same thing here. We're just going to take some of that away, spread it around. Much better. Getting a little bit of that bluish stuff down in there. Now we're talking about taking our darkest dark stuff here, and then again maybe sharpen up some of these little pointy things. We don't want to eliminate all the middle tone here either. We're almost just trying to get this established right here. And we got to do, some of these need a little bit more of it than others. But yeah, we're gonna need some of our mid-tone on the bottom of these guys because there's just the lightest stuff there and not much of anything else. So at Chiron, I thought it'd be fun to, again, to create a bunch of different plinths here that would give us different options. So, okay, do you want to do the true metallic? Do you want to do the, the object source lighting on them? Because again, that was my original thought with this one. But we can always do that on another one. Mid-tone, mid-tone, mid-tone. Ooh, that would be too light. Let me try this here. Where were the ones that were a little bit pesky? These guys and was it these? Yeah. That's too much. And they're just I'm just gonna wipe that away. One more time here. Now we are talking. Yeah, these are some of the ones here that have no other light except for the extreme light. There we are. Now we've got some variation on the edges there. Oh, that's like, wait a minute, what is this doing here? Nah, let me just get my little bit of Van Dyke Brown, and we will just, there we go. So what in the world is that? That's a little too dark over there. Much better now. Thank you so much, Armored Wolf, for posting the link to the Patreon page. And of course, so Armored Wolf, geez, it's been a while. It's been a while. Why don't you share that fabulous link there to the Instagrams where people can get a chance to see the dice bags being made. And it's an amazing process between, again, the tooling, the stitching, the metalwork, all that stuff. And now you can actually get a chance to see what it looks like. If you check out that video by Armored Wolf there. Now that comes forward. That comes forward. This too dark, too dark, too dark. I'm gonna maybe take some of this. Hopefully this is not also too light. No, that's pretty good. That is okay. Let's do that here. Now this. Also here. Taking that, drag that down. Something along these lines now. Okay. That edge too. Little bit underside there, and then let's get these little. Again, they're not meant to be windows. Take this. All of these edges on the left side, some of them might have been skipped. Let's go back to our dark here real quick, because I'll forget to get that fixed up there. Oryx. Yeah, let's keep working it. A little bit of light in here. Yep. Well, mid-tone. Not super light. More mid-tone than anything else. Not. Yeah, it's gonna be too light of an edge there. Here's another. That's still some of our original liner dry brushy stuff there. After what? Geez, it has been 5 hours. I was gonna say, maybe it's almost been. Nope, it's been 5 hours. Yes, indeed. Blending brushed for that. So yeah, it does look like for Monday, probably won't be doing the Battlefleet Gothic stuff. It depends if I've A, got them prepped, and B, also we have all the scheme on them locked down. I don't think that's going to happen between now and, well, basically tomorrow. And I do have a BSG ship ready to go. So Armada Monday probably means, again, another BSG ship. That one wasn't so frazzled. Here's another one. Again, that's got to be an edge that's tightened up. Blending brush to do that. Now all of those sides are taken. We got a couple here. We got to do these right sides now. Darker in there too. Oh yeah, look at this one. That is most definitely just our original lighter dry brush stuff there. I mean, it's no big deal. And of course, something like this, let's say it's for a contest or whatever, and you're gonna spend, you could spend many more hours on it if you wanted. The key is if you can get it to say this point, and by this point I mean both of them, to this point after 5 hours, it means all the maybe these more decorative stuff or whatever you would want to call it, the snazzier stuff. You got more time to do that because you spent less time fooling around with base coat type stuff that is never going to be seen. You did it faster because, well, there was no base coats, which means you can get to the again the more maybe more noticeable effects or whatever you'd want to call it, and get to those faster. Throwing a little bit of that now. Again, the blending brush, just pull that down. Back to the mouth of Sauron here. So again, here's essentially, again, that's how we start out. Primer, just like that, dark brown primer. And well, he looks a little bit different now. And of course, here's our Sauron. It's not the exact same bust, but you get the idea. This is how we started out on him earlier in the stream. All done 100% with the oil paints. As you can see, no zenithal, no zenithal, and not necessarily a whole lot of oil paint either. Less is more, and more is definitely way too much when it comes to the oil paints. The quest for less, not the quest for more, the quest for less. separate that a little bit with that more orangey red. And they see if that we can also maybe find a couple of spots up in here. This is that same orange. Color goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. So I'm just going to try and sneak some of that into some of these other areas right here. Like here. With the Indian yellow as part of that mix, automatically more translucent. I mean, a little touch of that over here. Well, now that it is 5 o'clock in the morning here, and we need to make ourselves some chow. I want to say thanks, Farmer Wolf. They're doing all the moderations. We're also going to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the cheers. And also thanks for the follows, because, well, that got us to, again, a little bit of, I don't know, could you call it a milestone, I guess, to the 9,600 mark. So we appreciate that. I'll see you later there, Erid. See you later. Have a good one. Again, we appreciate all the folks that joined here on the stream. Again, we'll be doing, well, we have many more busts that we'll be doing. Not just, we got more Trench Crusade busts coming, more Battlestar Galactica. We even have Babylon 5 ones. Right, I gotta remember those too. I forgot all about those, Recoil. So there they are. Again, Sauron, Mouth of Sauron. Super fabulous right there. Here, I'm going to get this raid countdown underway. Let's do this here. So I'll shoot you a message in a second there, Rico. Again, I'm just going to try and have me some chow. Hopefully you got something fun for some chow there. And great to see you there, Vite. Thank you so much for stopping by. Appreciate that. And I will see everybody on Monday.